Tuwila Mani Budnik. Tuwila Wakana Pudnik. Nina Mani. Nai Ghana Mirko Mankalankla. Marawachanga Ghana Mina. Minyana Namani Pudiji. Nai Narika Matbi Marija. Nai Wangadi Mani the Budni Gani Yatana here in Diyatta. Australian Refugee Association Ku Mukundu. Welcome to my home, the home of the Ghana people or the Adelaide Plains people or the Miena people. My name is Mickey O'Brien and my Aboriginal name is known as the Impatient One. And today I call upon the ancestors of my people, not only to bring the good spirit upon you who are coming through what we call the lightning brain or being the computer, but to also send away that sadness that sometimes lingers upon us. But a welcome is saying, are you well when you come to a place? And I hope you are well today, particularly when we understand this particular time in our history of a pandemic. But it's also saying, where have you been and what have you been doing? Because our face tells you where you've been, but our heart tells you where to go. And that's very important because it's the things that we share that's really valuable. And so our people have not only always welcomed people to our country, but we've never said goodbye. And that's largely because we have no word for goodbye. We only ever say see you later, not just in the physical, but also the spiritual, because it's what we leave with people that's really valuable. And so today I want to not only share a story with you, but I'm also going to do a leaf ceremony in a moment's time. But the story that I want to talk about is about Kawabilta. Now Kawabilta was a person who didn't know where he belonged. And so the bird said to Kawabilta, you belong to us because you have a beak and you lay eggs. And then the reptile said to Kawabilta, no, you belong to us because you walk across the land, you have a long skinny body and you lay eggs. Then the mammals said to Kawabilta, no, you belong to us because not only do you walk the land, but you have fur on your body and you rear your young. And then the fishes said to Kawabilta, no, you belong to us because you swim in the water, you lay eggs, and therefore you belong to us. Then Kawabilta realised he belonged to no one group of people, but he was related to all. So who was Kawabilta? Kawabilta, he is the platypus. And the platypus is an animal that has all of these connections to all of these other animals. And just like culture, we have connections with each other. And so we can have differences, but we can be the same as well. And so it's wonderful not only to say hello to you, it's wonderful that you can come to a place, and I hope that you enjoy this webinar that you're about to see. But finally, I want to do this leaf ceremony. So I invite Zachariah and also Deb to come in. And today, the leaf ceremony is about taking a leaf from these branches. And I will take a leaf from these branches because the land itself is the oldest living thing in the world, and therefore it's been here before us and will continue to be here after us. The knowledge and the wisdom is held in the land, and therefore it comes into the tree. No one person holds all the knowledge and wisdom in the world, it is shared. And so I'm going to exchange my leaf, and you're going to exchange it with me, and then I'm going to exchange it with you. And then I can say these words, Natanadlu Kamanka Yarakumanindi, which means today we can give, we can receive, but together we become one. And that's important to understand because culture should never divide us, but enable us to come together. And so I hope you feel that way when you are on this country, wherever you are and wherever you walk. And so I leave you these words, Mayunjiga, Nachu Yakandaya, Nachu Yakandaya, Padnia do, which is saying we are all brothers and sisters, that when we walk, sit, observe and listen to the land, we should do it together, we should do it in harmony. And like I said at the beginning, never say goodbye, always say see you later. So Nakada, Naichaya, thank you. And I will see you someday soon. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Deb Stringer. I'm the CEO of the Australian Refugee Association, and we're very proud to be bringing you webinar, Living Your Best Life, or Live Your Best Life, which we're running with a number of wonderful partners whom we'd like to acknowledge and thank for their time and commitment. Hope you get a lot out of today. We'd really like to hear your feedback around the webinar, but sit back and enjoy, and hope you learn lots of things.
You can help stop the spread of COVID-19. Wash your hands regularly for at least 20 seconds or use hand sanitizer that contains at least 60% alcohol. Wear a mask outside of your home. Stay 1.5 metres apart. Wipe down any surfaces with household cleaners or disinfectants. Get tested if you have any cold or flu symptoms. Download the COVID Safe app. If you have any questions, call the SA COVID information line on 1800 253 787. If you need help in your language, call ARA on 08 8354 2951.
Hi, my name is Sahar. I work for Child and Family Health, and I'm here to give you some information about my organization and what we can do for you. When you have a baby in any hospital in South Australia, you are asked to give consent whether you would like us to contact you after you go home. If you've given that consent, shortly after your discharge, we will give you a call and we will offer you a visit by one of our nurses to come and see you and baby at home. In this visit, we'll help you with feeding, if you need help with feeding, whether breastfeeding or bottle feeding. We'll help you with settling, and we'll link you up to other services as you need. We also are going to do the first health check, which is the 1 to 4 weeks health check in the blue book you are given in the hospital. And we will be seeing you again if we need to see you. Depends on what happens in the first visit. Our phone number is on the back of the blue book. It's next to Child and Family Health, 1300 number, and you can call us from anywhere in South Australia. When you do, you will get your local clinic, and that's the clinic we'll be linking you to. Also, we'll be giving you information about immunization and where you can go for immunization, and we will be giving you information about play groups and other services in your area. If you had a baby overseas or interstate, we still can offer you services as long as your baby is under 5 years. So we offer services for families from the time they have the baby up to the 5 years of age. So if you don't have a blue book for your child because a child was born overseas, we are happy to give you one. If the baby or a child was born interstate, we are also happy to give you a blue book and we start seeing your child and do whatever is needed for your child. We can help you with settling and we can help you with health checks. There are certain health checks in the book and required to be done, and we are happy to do the health checks for you. There are 2 health checks in the books and needs to be done by a GP, and we'll be talking to you about that. We support you with learning how to keep your baby safe and safe sleep, and we talk to you about that whether when we come to see you at home or when you come and see us in the clinic. If you have any other issues related to down the track solids or how to keep your baby healthy or any other issues related to your child, we are happy to talk to you about. Also related to our service is parent helpline, and it's part of our service. You can call them to get an advice on any issues you are facing with your baby or child. And they are working 24/7, so you can call them at any time of day or night. And with us, we have social workers, physiotherapists, psychologists, and family support workers. So if we see a need for you to be referred to any of those professionals, we'll be talking to you about and offering their service to you. Our clinics are all over South Australia, so wherever you live, there is a local clinic to you. It's just a matter of knowing which clinic belongs to your area. And we also do health checks for preschool. So before children start school, we can do a health check to check on the child's hearing and vision. And We respond to any needs at all. If you come and talk to us about any issues concerning you about your child, we are happy to help you with. Within our service, we also have Torrance House, where we refer moms to stay for a few days to help with issues like breastfeeding, if that's not happening, or to help with settling. If a mom has a very unsettled baby, they can help them to learn how to settle their baby. We have different teams respond to different needs of families, and just that initial contact with you, whether we go and see you at home or you come and see us in the clinic, it helps us to assess your needs, and then we can respond to those needs accordingly. We help you to understand your baby and their needs and to respond in the best way possible. Different teams respond to different needs of families, and just that initial contact with you, please come and whether we go and see you at home or you come and see us in the clinic, it helps us to assess your needs, and then we can respond to those needs accordingly.
COVID-19 le apang khanola
we help you to understand your
baby
and their needs and to respond in the best way
second takin arula re chapapi la re nasinga che athwa khiye spirit santro ya khainong apabo kinu wo khare nanu ko che
in the clinic.
etkene alela na pavela athwa la yema mambang khati ti la bang che tong to here na awe COVID-19 le apang khanola
help you to
understand nasinga che za etkene tong to ne kha thabo ta chapapi la re nasinga le athwa khiye spirit santro ya khainong apabo kinu fu khasa mani soli khasa nalene tila athwala ye yoga kahure hu hra chawa kha nasaka che etankane covid sa pa ache
we help you to
download etkene tanto ne khabo hla nang na riwo aula athwala ye phone number athwabo thangkhe yetara yani samong ta thawni yasari samtarga tasari kha naku chheya nang nariwa hemya ko kha nakhya chhe tankane bua ilanavo sola athwala ye ARA number athwabo samtarga ta thang samong ta pali takyan ta takwa samong ta khigala kha bua navo sono kha nahu bachheya emimini ebang chhe kalamar twa.
Hello, my name's Robin Richardson. I'm here today to do a dance workshop. It's about dance play, and it's aimed at mums or carers and their little ones, aged from 3 or 4 months up to about 5 years old. Today, I'm going to ask all of you mums out there to dance with me, and I'm going to tell you the reason we do all of these dance activities. So it's very important that you join in with your little ones and give it all a try. I think I've heard every excuse under the sun why we don't want to do it. Let's just let our little ones do it on their own. We're shamed, we're embarrassed, but remember, they want to engage just with you. So you have to put those feelings aside. The other thing I often hear is that people say, I want my child to be independent. But everything I've noticed over the last 20 years, the children who gain independence first are the ones whose mums or carers actually dance and play, sing and move with them. Your little one needs that safety net because they're taking a risk. And we know as adults, if we're going to take a risk, we want someone to have our back. So if your little one knows that you're there, keeping them safe, they'll become very independent. So we're going to do a lot of work on the floor today. So if it's difficult for you to get down, have a chair nearby so that can help you get up and down. So it's really important we're down there with our little ones. I'd also like to introduce Rachel, who's going to play the violin today for me. So I'm very fortunate having a violinist. As we all know, classical music is really important in our children's development. And I know most of you probably haven't got a violinist at home, but you can listen to the radio, you can put music on, CDs, anything you like, anything they're hearing will be really, really important and helpful. So we're just going to do, I'll pop this down, we're going to do a little warm up. We might start down on the ground. So if you've got a little one, 3 or 4 months, hold your baby, pop them on a cushion. If you've got bigger ones, they might stand in front of you. You can show them things on their body, or you might like to do it on your body and let them copy you. So let's get ready. We're just going to start stroking our arms. Just gently. And the other one, just keep stroking. Can you feel your little one's fingers and their palms? Can you trace around circles on their palms? Can you hold their hands together and push them apart? Pull them in and push them apart. Let's make soft hands. We want it to be very gentle. Can we reach their arms out really big and pull them in? And stretch them out big and in. Can they reach up high? This is a little harder if they're tiny. Reach and let them drop. One more time. Reach up and down. Can you just tickle on their cheeks or on your cheeks as well? Can you be very soft? Yeah, that's it. How about let's go with toes now. We can tickle our toes. Make your fingers run up to your knees. Can you tap them? Wake up. Up they go, up to our shoulders. Now we might tap. So we're trying to feel each part of our body. Can you find your ears? And slowly find your nose. What about the top of your head? And reach out one more time. Can you take baby's arms out or your little one? Let them wrap. You can give them a cuddle or they can cuddle themselves. See how our arms are wrapping around? And one more, reach up and down. And just relax for a moment. Give your little one a cuddle. Okay, thanks, Rachel. Okay, hope you enjoyed that. We've been feeling our arms, the sensory things we want to wake up in their bodies. Now we're going to do some really simple rhymes. The very first one is Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Now you might know it or you might not, doesn't matter. Have a look, we'll just do it first of all and then I'll talk about it. So we're doing Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. So there's so many things in that little rhyme that our babies or our toddlers are going to learn. But today, what I'd really like to focus on is visual tracking. So that's where our eyes follow things. The object is my finger, and we're following that. We're going to try and attract their attention and see if their eyes can follow. When we make the diamond, can you get your little one to look up high? So that's really important because as we track with our eyes, we're taking in so much of our environment. Our little ones learn so many things. And with that, it stimulates the brain. And that particular activity will lead to physical skills such as sitting up, rolling, crawling, and walking eventually. So it's very important. If you have a real little one, you can actually start with something in your hand, 8 to 10 centimetres from their eye. Shake that, get their attention, and then move it. First of all, they probably won't notice it all, but it's something you have to persist with. Okay, so we're going to really try that one more time. So Big ones might be wanting to do it themselves. See if you can get your little one to really look at you and see if you notice the eyes change. Let's sing it one more time. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. How did that go? It takes time, but you just have to practice. It's something you do every day, not once every few months. See what happens if you do it often. I'm just going to show you some bigger movements, and I'm going to use other objects, like I've got some ribbons here. I'm going to follow it with my eyes. What I would like you to do is do something like this with your little one and see if they can follow the ribbon. If not, we'd have scarves. Everybody's got something at home they can use, like a tea towel, your jumper, your scarf, your sarong, anything at all. Have a try. I'll show you what I mean. We've got some music from Rachel. I'm going to stand up now. Your little ones might like to play with something like that, and you watch them. They'll follow it with their eyes. Thanks, Rachel. Can you see I'm painting a rainbow in the sky? And I can make zigzags right down to the ground, and up really high and down low. Have a look at my feet. I've got them like a ballet dancer, with my heels together and toes apart. When I bend, I'm making a diamond. Have a look at that. Can your little one do that? Have a look down. Bend your head down and have a look at that diamond. Up. Want to try one more time? Down and up. Fantastic. You can try with a scarf now. Make sure your eyes are following everything. Watch the scarf up, down and up. You can even let it go and watch it go down, up and down. Easy. Thanks, Rachel. So there we've changed our direction of our eyes. We've done so many activities, all in that simple rhyme. I just want to give you some ideas to play with. You don't have to use mine. Okay, sitting on the floor now, can you face your little one or have your baby just in front of you? We're going to hold hands. Now, if you have a tiny baby, very, very gentle, don't pull them up. But if you've got a toddler, we're going to pull back and forward. So this is great for our coordination. You get to work out how much you have to pull. We have to cooperate together. So a great one to do with your little one. You might know this song. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. You might find your little one wants to have their legs here, because crossing legs is quite hard for younger children. But that's great as well. In fact, for you mums, it might be a good one. Gives you a bit of a stretch there as well. Now we're going to do another version. Okay, so we're getting into some playing. We've got a crocodile here. Look at my crocodile. We're going to see the crocodile and we'll be screaming when we see it. Okay, everyone ready? Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. When you see the crocodile, don't forget to scream. Ah! Watch out, its teeth are really sharp. Let's do it again, but let's go faster. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. When you see the crocodile, don't forget to scream. Ah! Watch out. Let's go dancing around that crocodile. Be quiet, gentle. Get ready. Can you creep around it? Shh. I'm going to step over it. Can you step over it? You made it. I'm going to step back and back. Oh, can you gallop over that crocodile? Go. Made it. Didn't bite my feet. Can you try it again? I'm going one leg at a time. Over. Now watch me. I'm going to put my feet together. Mums, you ready to help? Feet together, we're jumping. Don't land on your crocodile. Over. Did you make it? Try again. Bend your knees and over. Can we go round, galloping around that crocodile? Wait here, let's go this way. Oh, let's bend down. Let's see that crocodile. Got my finger! Oh, I think I'll put that away. So that should be lots of fun for you. Remember, if you need to hold your little one to do the actions, that's really helpful. That's about kinesthetic learning. They might not be able to gallop on their own, but if you hold their hand, you'll take the weight off their little bodies and they'll feel it. And that's another learning strategy that's really important. Have a look. I'm pushing my hands together now. Can you push your little one's hands together? We're going to be fish and we're swimming around. Oh, the fish are swimming in the water, swimming in the water. Swimming in the water. All the fish are swimming in the water. La-di-da-di-da. We can do that down nice and low as well. All the fish are swimming in the water, swimming in the water, swimming in the water. All the fish are swimming in the water. Da-dee, la-dee-da-dee-day. So I think we're at the beach now. And you know, when I go to the beach, I see starfish. Have a look. Can you make a starfish? Reach those arms out. We can hold on to Mum and go rocking. This is great for our balance. That's great. Or you might lie down on the ground and turn yourself into a starfish. That works too. When I go to the beach, I see scuttling crabs. Put your fingers like this, thumb. Oh, I'm making a claw. Snap, can you do two? Again, mums, you might need to make your little one's fingers work like this. That's our fine motor skills. And these crabs, they walk sideways or they scuttle sideways. That's different. We've got to make our feet go out and in. We can go faster and faster. Great. Now, I'm a dancing jellyfish. Can you be a jellyfish and dance? We can move around. We can do that down really low as well. We can copy or we can just move baby's arms. And now I'm turning into a gliding seagull. Look at my big wings. That's great. How about we turn into waves? Now I've got some long material. I'm sure you can find something at home. And we want to make a game out of this. Here's our wave, forward and back, forward and back, forward, back. Can you play with your little one? Can you cover them up and lift it off? Lift it off. They might want to play with it themselves. Can you hold it over their head? And then peekaboo. Find ways to move with that material. Have lots of fun with it. Beautiful. Thanks, Rachel. So anything we can turn into a game, but it's all valuable. The next song I'd love to do for you, well, it's a dance really that we're going to concentrate on. It's called Taba Naba Norem. Now that's in Miriam-Mer language, so it's from the Torres Strait Islands, from the island Mer, which is Murray Island. Now Rachel over here, our instrumentalist, her dad's from Murray Island, and his family and his friends and community have taught us this dance. Why this dance is really important is you have to cross your body. So we're talking about body crossings now. So you imagine there's a line down the middle of your little one's body, and we've got to take our arm across it. It's a pretty difficult concept for our little ones to do, but it's really important because it connects both the right and left hemisphere of our brain. It helps in coordination and communication. So this is a really important dance to learn. You can even get your little babies, cross their arms over. See if they can put that other arm on their shoulder or hand on your knee. I remember when Rachel was a baby, every day when we changed her nappy, we would put her arm across, hand to her knee, hand to her knee. So it's very important for coordination. I hope you join in this dance because this is a great way to do it. It's a hard one. So you might need to do it to your little one. You might find they don't cross over, but that's okay as well. We've even got quite a complicated clapping. We reach long here. So although this is in Miriam-Mer language, don't worry too much about the song today. I'm really interested in the dance. And this is one that's all over the internet. If you want to look it up, your little ones can dance to it at home. So we'll start off. So we'll have 4 beats in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ta ba na ba na ba no rem. Tuki pene seri tingi ana patre. Ni toke ni saramano we. Ta ba na ba no rem. Style. Ta ba na ba na ba no rem. Tuki pene seri tingi ana patre. Ni toke ni saramano we. Ta ba na ba no rem. Style. Ta ba na ba na ba no rem. Tuke pene seri tingi ana patre. Ni toke ni saramano we. Ta ba na ba no rem. Style. Style and style. Fantastic. How did you go with that one? It's a really tricky one, but fantastic to keep working on. I hope it was fun. Now we're going to do some rhymes. Rhymes are really important for our little ones. They're great little moments for learning opportunities. They really help with our language development, with our speech. We learn how to remember things. We learn to anticipate. So they're great fun as well. We can dance, we can play, and you can make your own up I've just made mine up today. So I'm going to sing it to an old song called Frère Jacques. That's the tune. Some of you might have learned that before. Let's have a try. I've done it about some Australian animals. So it's cuddly koalas, cockatoos, cockatoos, emus and wombats, kangaroos, and I love you. Do you want to try that one again? So you can play with it any way you like. Cuddly koalas, cockatoos, emus and wombats, kangaroos, and I love you. We can do one with movement as well. Let's stand up, or if you've got a little one, stay down, and let's do the actions. Now it's connecting the words to the actions. That's a big learning activity for our little ones as well. So we're going flying, 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 hop, 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 running, 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 running. Now let's stop. Now let's stop. Right, now we'll get down. Have a look, we're going crawling. And I'm going to talk about crawling later. So we're going crawling, 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 leap, 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 jumping, 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 jumping. Now let's sleep, and now let's sleep. Wake up. Now crawling's really important. We're working with opposite knees and hands. This is really vital to our coordination. This also helps the vestibular system, which I'll talk about a bit later. That's all about our balance, which is going to help us for the rest of our life. Crawling's our first independent way of moving for our little ones. It's safe, they can feel different surfaces, and they're in control. And so often, once little ones start walking, we all say, no, don't get down on the floor, up and walk. Opposite, we should be saying, get down and crawl. This is where all of these activities are happening inside our head. So get them crawling along as much as you can. You can do backwards ones, forwards. While they're down there, how about some rolling? That's really important. We want to roll along the floor. And then we roll back. Help your little one. You can just gently push them the way you want them to go. Same reasoning. Okay, so don't be in a hurry to get them up walking. Let's keep crawling. Do you know, in dance companies, I've worked in many dance companies. In my contemporary dance company, we did crawling every single day as professional dancers. It's so useful. So keep it up, keep crawling. Okay, I'd like to do some clapping songs now. So, our little ones start clapping quite young usually. This is hand-eye coordination, which is great fun. It's all about rhythm, and it's another way to communicate. So, let's start early. Actually put their hands in the position. Watch their eyes, looking at their hands. It won't take long. Okay, this song, stand up for it. We're doing head and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, knees and toes, head and shoulders, knees and toes. We all clap hands together. Should we try again a bit faster? So also we're naming body parts as well. So that goes back to our rhymes where we're learning about language and the meanings. Here we go. Head and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head and shoulders, knees and toes, we all clap hands together. Fantastic. Let's sit down and let's do another clapping song. So, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, tap your knees. If you're happy and you know it, tap your knees. If you're happy and you know it, then you really ought to show it. If you're happy and you know it, tap your knees. Did you get it? Okay, I just want to remind you about our vestibular system. This is our balance system. I spoke about it in crawling, but one of the best activities to activate this system in all our little ones is dancing. So if they're little, you're going to dance with them. Keep it gentle, keep it small. Not only rocking, but we want to be turning. As they get bigger, we can dip more, dip, twirl around faster, lift them up, take them down low. As they get bigger, they can do that sort of movement themselves. So, hooray for dancing. Let's all get dancing. And to finish off, we're going to just do a lovely dance, anything you like with your little one. Rocking and you can hold and dip down, hold and down. Don't forget to turn, keep it slow. That's it. Got your little one down here, can you get them to lift one leg and balance? And down. And lift the other one. And balance. If you can pick them up, pick them all up so we can give them a cuddle. Try and look into their faces. Can you read how they're feeling? We've got all this material. See if they want to join in with this. And then we'll just gently slow down with our little ones. We might sit down again. And can you give them a big cuddle? And we're going to finish our dance play session there today. I hope you've had fun. I hope one day we'll get to meet face to face and do a class together. So if you want to remember me, my name's Robin Richardson. I work for Dance Projects and it'd be great to see you soon. So goodbye everyone.
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျမတို့ပဝင်းကျင်မှာကိုဗစ်ကူးစက်မှုနဲ့တစ်ထက်နေသွားအောင်ကျမတို့ရဲ့လက်ကိုမကြာခဏပုံမှန်ဆေးကြောရပါမယ်ဆေးကြောတဲ့အခါမှာလည်းပဲဆက်ပြကိုတေချာသုံးပြီးအပေါ်အောက်တေချာပုတ်ပြီးအနည်းဆုံးစက္ကန့်20 ကြာအောင်စီကြောဖို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်။ဒါမှမဟုတ်အရက်ပြန်60ရာခိုင်နှုန်းပါတဲ့လက်သက်ဆေးရည်ကိုလည်းအစားထိုးအသုံးပြုလို့ရပါတယ်။တကယ်လို့ကိုကအပြင်သွားမယ်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်အခုလို mask လေးကိုတေချာတက်ပြီးမှအပြင်သွားဖို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်။ပြီးတော့လူတွေရှိတဲ့နေရာတွေကိုသွားမယ်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်လည်းပဲတယောက်နဲ့တယောက်အကြားမှာအနည်းဆုံး 1.5 မီတာခက်ခွာနေပေးဖို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်။တကယ်လို့ကိုကချောင်းဆူအဖျားရှိပြီးဒါမှမဟုတ်ရင်လေချောင်းနာတာတို့ဘာလို့ရှိနေဆိုလို့ရှိရင်လည်းနီးစက်ရစေုံစေးခန်းတွေမှာယောဂပိုးကူးမကူးကိုအစစ်ခံရဖို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်။ပြီးတော့ COVID Safe လို့ခေါ်တဲ့ app ကိုလည်းပဲကိုယ့်ရဲ့ဖုန်းထဲမှာ download ထားဖို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်။တကယ်လို့ကိုက COVID နဲ့ပတ်သက်တဲ့အကြောင်းအရာလေးတွေကိုပို့ပြီးစိတ်ဝင်စားပြီးသိချင်တယ်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ဖုန်းနံပါတ်1800 253 980ခွင့်ကိုဆက်ပြီးမှတိုက်ရိုက်မေးမြန်းစုံစမ်းလို့ရပါတယ်။ဒါအပြင်ကိုကဘာသာစကားနဲ့အခက်အခဲရှိနေတယ်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်လည်းပဲARA ဖုန်းနံပါတ်ဖြစ်တဲ့8354 29 51ကိုဆက်သွယ်ပြီးမှအကူအညီတောင်းလို့ရပါတယ်။အားလုံးကိုကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်။
Have you recently arrived in Australia? Is your child from a culturally diverse background? Is your child accessing childcare services or family daycare? If yes, then you might be interested in our organisation, ARA. We're the Inclusion Agency for South Australia and we're funded by the Federal Australian Government. We're here to support childcare, OSH and family daycare services to include children with any sort of additional needs, including bicultural support. We can provide advice and support to services to access our resources, to tap in a bicultural support worker, or even gain more cultural competence in regards to your own culture. Services who support children with a disability can access a funding stream for an additional educator. Please speak to your director to sign a request for service form so we can discuss your child's needs. Our goal as an inclusion agency is for children from all cultural backgrounds to feel connected and have a sense of belonging. For more information, please access our website, garasa.org.au.
COVID-19 tlo na he ten hin hanga pungli la omdonga COVID-19 thangtlu tenga ku padhama tawan ba inkhu u nakut lek silti pad ata alcohol akapa sanitizer ne kutsil thaina ham yom use imlonga aleng na sok ata maidong kam bun mas bai mhang thai use thangtlu ne khen na om ata meter 1.5 atha thala paina ham yom use tissue asul ne sabai sanat lek thu tham hil ubal se khangmam natti na sa tlo ata covid test hai thai na ham yom use phone dong a covid safe app bai download thai na ham yom use covid ne patatti older ham na khu ata sa covid line na work thai covid line ka number ta pakhat paret tongya panhi panga pathum pasari paret pasari marang ol ni yekming pati nama ol la bomna nangu ata arayung work thai se arayung ka number ta tongya paret pathum panga pali panhi pakwa panga pakhat beng keum
Hello everyone. Good morning. It's great to be here. The field in which we work is a dynamic field with science behind immunisation evolving and advancing all the time. And we hope our conversation today is both informative and useful to you. My name's Chris and this is Angela.
Hi.
Vaccination is one of the most effective ways to prevent diseases. A vaccine helps our body's immune system recognise and fight pathogens like viruses and bacteria, which then keeps us safe from the diseases that they cause. And vaccines protect us against about 25 debilitating diseases, including measles and polio, tetanus, diphtheria, meningitis, hepatitis, and cancers caused by the human papillomavirus. We're registered nurses who are accredited in immunisation, and with about 40 years of experience in nursing overseas, in working overseas hospitals, working in general practice and in community settings. And we're both advocates of preventative health. So we're here to share some information today and create awareness around immunisation. It's a dynamic field and has changed a lot since you were vaccinated as children. We are a commissioned organisation by the Adelaide Health and Adelaide Primary Health Network to provide support and resources to increase the immunisation awareness and to offer activities that improve health literacy around immunisation. So what we're going to cover today is really just a bit of introduction to the Australian immunisation schedule and for the recommended immunisations for all age groups today. So the World Health Organization also states that currently immunisation prevents 2 to 3 million deaths every year in all age groups from diseases like diphtheria, tetanus, whooping cough and influenza and measles. So it's one of the most successful and cost-effective public health initiatives. So an additional 1.5 million deaths could be avoided if we can raise our immunisation rates. Thanks, Ange.
So now I'm coming to our halo. So with that, you ask in regards to our health, our age, our lifestyle and occupation.
And cost-effective public health.
With our health, we have here...
So an additional 1.5 million deaths could be avoided if we can raise our immunisation
may
rates.
be required, but for people with conditions such as asthma, diabetes, so now I'm coming heart conditions like lung and kidney, spleen conditions, so where the immune system may be compromised. In regards to our age, the schedule of vaccinations is designed to take into account with our health,
so an additional 1.5
best time to get protected against certain diseases. As we age, our immune system becomes less effective at protecting us from disease, meaning we become more prone to catching infections. And once we catch an infection, it takes us longer to recover. Then our lifestyle, our age, is the schedule, how we make our choices in life impact on our need in immunisation, such as travelling overseas, playing contact sports, becoming grandparents, hobbies, smoking, and some types of sexual activities. With our occupation, this may, some jobs with greater exposure to disease. If you're unvaccinated, you could be exposing yourself and vulnerable people around you for infectious vaccine preventable diseases. Many of the vaccines listed on the Immunisation for Life poster are provided free by the Australian government to Medicare card holders. Some vaccines need to be purchased on prescription. These may be covered by your private health fund. Check your fund. Vaccine requirements differ sometimes from one country to another, and this is because there are different patterns of disease. The experts in each country decide what's best for their populations.
Right, so now let's talk about some childhood immunisations. So the vaccinations that we're going to talk about now are recommended for your baby and children. However, unfortunately, with people without a Medicare card, there will be a cost involved for these vaccinations. So when do I get my child immunised? Shortly after birth, when your baby is in hospital, a hepatitis B is given. Babies need to have this first hepatitis B vaccination at birth because it is possible for a mother to have hepatitis B and pass it on to her baby without actually knowing that she's got it. But then when your baby is 6 to 8 weeks of age, this is the time to visit your general practice or immunisation provider. And we've got some clinic flyers here that this is what you might be looking for if you're going to a public immunisation clinic that's provided by your local council. So you need to also remember to bring along your baby book, which is given to you in the hospital, or any other immunisation records that you may have for your children if you're from overseas. Your doctor and nurse will at first do a health check and ask a series of questions about you and your baby. They'll ask you also if you have any questions for them. Following the vaccinations, a nurse will provide you with some detailed information about the possible side effects and management of these vaccines. So, for example, some of your babies may have some soreness or redness at the site of the injection, perhaps a little bit of unsettledness. Some babies who have a little bit of diarrhoea and vomiting, and some may just get a little fever, so that Panadol is the best remedy for that. You'll need to wait 15 minutes after your vaccination while the doctor and nurse can keep a close eye on you in that time. And during that time they will register your child's immunisations onto the Australian Immunisation Register. Most vaccinations, unfortunately, are given by needles, but the first and second visits, your baby will also receive an oral vaccination, the rotavirus vaccine. And these are a few sticky drops of fluid that they give in the baby's mouth. And this is all to start protecting your baby against these vaccine preventable diseases. In South Australia, though, we also recommend that babies receive the meningococcal B vaccine, and that's given at the first and second visits, and then again at 12 months of age. So once your baby has reached 4 months of age, you'll need to bring the baby back to your doctor or immunisation provider, where the same vaccinations that they had at the first visit will be given to help build your protection. At 6 months, there's only one needle, and this is the first opportunity for your baby to receive the influenza vaccine that's highly recommended each year and can safely be given with other scheduled vaccines. Most doctors and nurses during the vaccinations will encourage you to hold your baby, though if you do find it distressing, ask a support person or another staff member to hold the baby. And we're just giving a demonstration of how you hold the baby. So the vaccinations at 6 months, at 6 weeks, 4 months, and 6 months of age will be given in the top of the leg on both sides. So once the 6 month vaccinations are over, you've now got a 6 month break before baby's next vaccines are due at the 12-month age bracket. So at this visit, there'll be 4 needles, one for the pneumococcal, one for measles, mumps, rubella, one for the meningococcal ACWY and the meningococcal B. And some parents can feel quite concerned about the number of injections given at one time. But the expert medical advice is that this is the best time to protect your baby, and it's medically very safe to offer these vaccines, as baby is dealing with thousands of germs every day. So to make it easier for you, cuddling your baby, letting them suck on a dummy, both help to relieve the pain on babies. You can also use a distraction like a rattle or a toy, or even a visual device such as a telephone with a nice music playing is also another, helps to settle them more quickly. In another 6 months, when your baby's 18 months of age and very cute and curious, we have 3 more needles for them, and this time a chickenpox is going to be included with those vaccines. And now you earn a really well-deserved break, because the next vaccines are not due until the baby's 4 years of age. And then it's just the one, in most cases, it's just the one vaccine. we do also have to let you know that some children with certain medical conditions may require other vaccinations at the time. So well done. You've helped protect your baby against serious vaccine preventable diseases.
But wait, there is more to our story. So when your child reaches year 8 and in year 10 at school, they'll be offered vaccinations, a form like these will go home to the parents or legal guardians, and they need to be to complete the consent form. They also need to be returned. This is very important because even if you do not consent to the vaccinations, they need to be returned to the school. If you need assistance with this, you can speak to your local Australian Refugee Association or a health advisor in regards to completing the forms. So in year 8, the child will receive the human papillomavirus vaccine, Gardasil.
Oh,
There,
yeah,
yep.
this one.
And and also Boostrix, which is for diphtheria, tetanus and pertussis for whooping cough. In year 10, vaccines, meningococcal ACWY will be given, as well as the meningococcal B, and these are recommended. The nurse will attend the school twice during the school year. If your child misses those school visits, there are clinics that they can catch those vaccinations up at. The vaccinations are to protect your child against diseases that, although rare, can cause serious health conditions later in life. These health conditions such as cancers, blood poisoning, inflammation of the lining of the brain that lead to loss of limbs and other ongoing health problems through their life. There is no cure for these diseases. As in 2019, 12,025 cases of whooping cough were reported nationally. Children under 15 years of age accounted for 53% of the whooping cough notifications. So then, in the following days from having the vaccinations at school, few students may complain of common reactions such as redness, soreness at the side of the injection site, fever, nausea, headache, muscle aches. They will recover from these symptoms within a few days. A record card that was just shown, that will be given to the child and after vaccination to take home to the parent and caregiver as a record of vaccination, and the possible side effects including the contact details if you have any questions.
Also, if you're under 20 years of age and hold a Medicare card and think you may have missed out on some of the childhood or school vaccinations, please contact us at HAMES directly or through the Australian Refugee Association for advice about your free catch-ups. So now moving on to the adult vaccinations. We'll start with if you're pregnant or you know someone who is, remind them that it's free to have a tetanus, diphtheria, whooping cough vaccination when they reach 20 weeks or halfway through their pregnancy. This is to protect mum and the child from tetanus and diphtheria, but most importantly from whooping cough, a disease that can cause really severe sickness and even death to a newborn baby, even when hospitalised. And 4 out of 5 babies with whooping cough actually catch it from somebody that they know at home. Close family members are recommended also to have this vaccine to help them protect the newborn baby. The doctor will also ask you about having a flu shot in your pregnancy, which can potentially be very serious for you and your unborn child. This vaccination protects you during your pregnancy and the early months of motherhood. It also protects your baby through transplacental antibodies and antibodies that are also present in your breast milk from having the vaccine. There are many occupations, as we discussed earlier, where vaccinations are necessary because of the nature of your work. So we could think about dentists and plumbers, childcare workers, for example, could all be exposed to diseases, and you could unknowingly infect people in your care. And when we reach 65, there are other vaccinations that are highly recommended, including the influenza. There's also pneumococcal vaccines and shingles vaccine. These help to protect you against diseases that cause people to be hospitalised and endure long stretches of being unwell. At 70 years of age, it's recommended that you all receive a pneumococcal vaccination, and this prevents severe chest infections caused by the bacteria, and it can also cause encephalitis, which is swelling of the brain. There's a vaccine for shingles at 70 years of age, and that's a reactivation of the chickenpox virus and can be absolutely debilitating. Can cause severe pain for protracted lengths of time, tiredness, depression, losing contact with the world around you. In fact, 20 to 30% of people will develop shingles in their lifetime. Evidence also demonstrates that with the influenza vaccination, in patients with diabetes, significantly it reduces their flu and flu-related hospitalisations. We know now that influenza vaccine almost halves the risk of heart attacks. And free influenza is available for 65-year-olds and over who have a Medicare card. The reasons behind why vaccinations are recommended is both to reduce your chance of contracting the vaccine-preventable diseases, but it also protects our community. It's called herd immunity. When enough people are vaccinated, the disease finds it harder to spread through our communities, and that helps prevent the spread of disease to someone more vulnerable, i.e. your new grandchild, a sick relative or friend, or someone who can't be immunised.
So the Australian Immunisation Register, from the 1st of October 2016, the ACIR, the Australian Childhood Immunisation Register, expanded to become the Australian Immunisation Register, a national register that records immunisation given to people of all ages in Australia. Vaccinations given before this date will not appear here unless you have supplied records and requested an immunisation provider to record on the Australian Immunisation Register. Speak with your immunisation provider to have your records updated on the register. This can be accessed through the MyGov account, My Health Record, or Express Plus Medicare mobile app, or your phone the Australian Immunisation Register on 1800 653 809. So that's there. So all immunisations are recorded on the Australian Immunisation Register.
So in summing up, we understand that it can be hard to make some sense of all the available information about vaccination, but hopefully we have made things a little clearer for you today. Remember that vaccination is the best way to protect yourself and your loved ones from serious infectious diseases. If you want to discuss your concerns, make sure you talk to your doctor or your immunisation provider. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
تحياتي للجميع. نحن نعتمد عليك في وقف انتشار الفيروس. تستطيع أن تقوم بدور مهم في وقف انتشار الفيروس. عليك اتباع التعليمات الآتية: غسل اليدين بصفة مستمرة على الأقل 20 ثانية بمعقم أو بالماء والصابون. إذا خرجت برا البيت، رجاء ارتداء قناع الوجه أو الكمامة للمحافظة على عدم الاتصال بالآخرين. المحافظة على مسافة 1.5 متر بينك وبين أي شخص متواجد حولك. رجاء مسح الأسطح باستمرار إذا لمست إيديك الأسطح بأي معقم أو بأي مادة مطهرة في البيت. لو أنت حسيت بأي أعراض للرشح، لارتفاع درجة الحرارة، الرجاء القيام بإجراء كشف الكورونا على الفور. كذلك يمكن الحصول على المزيد من المعلومات إذا قمت بتنزيل التطبيق الذي قامت به الحكومة للمساعدة في الحصول على المعلومات، وهو الكوفيد سيف اب. كمان لو عندك اي معلومات، لو محتاج اي معلومات بخصوص الكوفيد، انت ممكن تتصل على الخط الساخن اللي هو 1-800-253-787، او لو محتاج اي حد يتكلم باللغة بتاعتك ممكن تتصل على مكتب ARA على الرقم بتاعنا 8354-2951. تمنياتي بالصحة والسعادة للجميع.
Hi everyone, my name's Claire and I work at Diabetes SA. Under the National Diabetes Services Scheme, we have information sessions that we can provide to culturally and linguistically diverse communities about diabetes. This can also include interpreting services, and this is all free under the National Diabetes Services Scheme. Culturally and linguistically diverse communities are at a higher risk of diabetes, and we have funding from the National Diabetes Services Scheme to provide information to your community group and answer your questions about diabetes. If you would like more information, please contact me, Claire, at Diabetes SA. Diabetes is a problem around the world, and in Australia we have about 1.2 million people living with diabetes. Further, about 500,000 people are living with diabetes and they don't know it yet. So we want people to see their doctor, get tested for diabetes, and know what your risk factors are for living with diabetes. This can include your age, your gender, even the country that you were born. Unhealthy eating and sitting down too much also increase your risk of diabetes. So today we will be talking about healthy eating and what that involves. Really, it's about including lots of fresh fruit, vegetables, whole grain, breads and cereals, lean meats and dairy foods, and cutting back or reducing your intake of very processed foods, takeaway foods, foods that we definitely enjoy and can have sometimes or in smaller amounts. So if you would like to know more about diabetes, get in touch with me at Diabetes SA and I can come out and talk to your community about diabetes. Thanks. Hi everyone, I'm Claire from Diabetes SA.
Hi, my name is Hind. I'm from Australian Refugee Association.
Today we are giving you a little bit of information about a healthy lunchbox for your children.
اليوم حنعطيكم معلومات جدا بسيطة عن حقيبة الغداء المدرسية للأطفال.
Healthy eating is really important for everyone, children, adults and older people.
الطعام الصحي مهم جدا للأطفال وللكبار.
Packing a healthy lunchbox for our children can be a pretty hard task.
لتحضير حقيبة الغذاء المدرسية هي عملية صعبة جدا.
We often see in Australian lunchboxes a white bread sandwich, packet of chips and a box of juice.
في الحقيبة الغذائية دائما نشوف في ساندويتش، في chips and
a box of juice
and عصير.
What we would like to see are some healthier food options to nourish our children.
وشو اللي نحب نشوفه؟ نحب نشوف مواد غذائية صحية داخل الصندوق.
This might be some fruit, a small tub of yogurt,
فواكه، علبة صغيرة من اللبن.
Water is best.
المي اللي هو الأهم شيء.
And maybe some leftovers from dinner the night before or a healthy sandwich with vegetables.
أو ما تبقى من الطعام في اليوم السابق لليوم الثاني، أو ساندويتش مع مجموعة من الخضروات.
Don't be afraid to send some leftovers from dinner the night before in your kids' lunchbox.
لا تتردد بوضع الطعام اليوم السابق في صندوق طعام طفلك.
This might be some salad or vegetables, a little bit of meat, and some rice or pasta or some leftover bread.
ممكن أن يكون فيها فواكه خضروات وقليل من الرز واللحم والمعكرونة والخضروات الجافة.
So healthy eating is important for all of us, especially our children.
الأكل الصحي مهم لنا جميعا وخصوصا الأطفال.
So why not try packing a few healthy items in your kids' lunchbox?
ليش ما نجرب إنه نخلي الطعام الصحي في حقيبة الطعام المدرسية لأولادنا؟
Thank you.
شكرا. Hi, my name is Hind. I'm working from Australian Refugee Association. I'm mainly working with Syrian community. And today we are going to have a few recipe to do. I'll introduce Ratiba. She's from Syria. Hello, Ratiba.
Hello. رتيبة الحمزة من سوريا من مدينة درعا ولي 4 سنوات بأستراليا ولدي 4 أطفال عفوا 7 أطفال وعندي هواية الطبخ وطبعا آرا هي ساعدتني بهالشغلة إنه أكبرها وأشتغل أكثر. شكرا لهم كثير لأنهم هم دائما بكونوا معنا وأشكركم جميعا.
Her name is Ratiba. She's from Syria, from a city called Dara. She has 7 kids. She's been here in Australia for 3 years, and ARA helped her to start her catering business. And she said thanks to ARA for helping me to set up my business. So today we're going to talk about 2 main dishes. Not main, one is salad and the other one is main. We're going to talk about how to make fattoush and the ingredients and how to make kibbi. The kibbi is a very tradition in Syria and very popular. So today Ratiba is going to show us how to mix the tabbouleh. This is the ingredients first for the fattoush. Lettuce, cucumber, some tomato, and parsley. So we're going to mix all this together.
Okay.
As you see, it's all vegetable and fresh. And we add some lemon to it. Okay. This is the lemon. Olive oil. Around probably 2 tablespoons of olive oil. Mix all together. And this is how it looks like. And when we put it in the dish, when it's ready to serve, we put some in the dish. Yeah, best. And when it's ready to serve, you just add the fried Lebanese bread. You cut the bread in small pieces and fried it and just put it on top. Just don't put the bread until it's ready to serve. And this is the fattoush salad. Now we're going to show you how to make kibbi. Kibbi is one of the Syrian very main dish, and this is how it looks like in the end. So today we're going to talk about the ingredients, and it's meat. That's the filling. It's meat and onion for the filling. For the outside, it's burghul,
yes.
Isn't it?
نحط برغل مع مية
We soak it in water, hot water.
ونتركهن شوي.
We leave it.
بعدين بنفرمهن على الماكينة.
We leave it for 1 hour, for example, and then we put it in the food processor.
مثل هاي.
Yeah, and it's become like a dough.
بنحشيها.
Okay. So we show you how to fill in the dough. A little bit of salt, definitely.
And
We make like a ball. It's hard to, you need to practice making this a few times. If it doesn't get a good one, that's fine. You have to try again. So with the practice. So as you see, the filling is just meat and onion with a little bit of salt and pepper. And this is how it looks like. After it's, you make a few, you put them in a tray and deep fry them. Okay. Ratiba's one is much better than mine. Still I'm practicing, but that's fine. This is very popular in Syria, and maybe every single house in Syria they know how to make it. It's very old dish, very traditional. Yeah, her grandma and granddad teach her how to make this dish. All right. So I'll try my last one. So still, Ratiba is much better than mine. Okay. Okay. I think this is my best. What I can do. All right. Thank you so much for watching us. Thank you.
ਕੋਵਿਡ ਤੋਂ ਬਚਣ ਲਈ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੀ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ? ਆਪਣੇ ਹੱਥਾਂ ਨੂੰ 20 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਲਈ ਚੰਗੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਧੋਵੋ ਅਤੇ ਸੈਨੀਟਾਈਜ਼ ਦਾ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕਰੋ। ਮੂੰਹ ਨੂੰ ਢੱਕ ਕੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਨਿਕਲੋ। 1.5 ਮੀਟਰ ਦੀ ਦੂਰੀ ਬਣਾਏ ਰੱਖੋ। ਕੋਵਿਡ ਦੀ ਟੈਸਟਿੰਗ ਕਰਾਓ ਜੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਖਾਂਸੀ ਜਾਂ ਜ਼ੁਕਾਮ ਵਰਗੇ ਸਿੰਪਟਮਸ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆਉਣ। ਕੋਵਿਡ ਦੀ ਐਪ ਡਾਊਨਲੋਡ ਕਰੋ। ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਸਵਾਲ ਹੋਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਐਸਏ ਕੋਵਿਡ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਲਾਈਨ 1-800-253-787 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਆਪਣੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਮਝਣ ਲਈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ARA 0883542951 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ।
Hi, my name's Bridget and I'm a nurse. I'm here to talk to you today about a health program which provides support to refugees and newly arrived migrants to Australia. I'm really privileged to work as a refugee nurse advocate. I work on a program called ARA, which stands for Adelaide Refugee and New Arrivals Program. Mostly we work with people who are newly arrived in Australia and help them to navigate and get the best out of a confusing health system. We have 3 nurses from STARS who work as nurse advocates and 4 bilingual bicultural workers from ARA who work alongside us. We've been operating for nearly 2 years now, and some of you may already have heard about us or even know someone that we're working with. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the program, and if you think we may be able to help you with your health needs, please contact either ARA or STARS and request support for yourselves, family or friends. As nurses, we meet with you and do a thorough health assessment. We talk to you about your unmet health needs and concerns and provide information about your body and how all your body parts work together to keep you healthy. We discuss your medications and make sure you're taking the correct dose prescribed by your doctor. And if you're taking lots of medicines, we can arrange for a pharmacist and an interpreter to come to your home and explain all about your medications and the interactions they may have with your body. We provide information about medical diagnoses and spend time with you to make sure you understand what is happening in your body and what to expect in the future. We can come to doctor's appointments with you and explain to the doctor what your health concerns are and ask for clarification on anything you don't understand. We can request referrals to specialists and ask for varied treatments like injections for pain relief and investigations such as x-rays or ultrasounds. We can recommend different treatment plans, including access to care plans, which gives you 5 visits per year to a health professional like a physiotherapist, dietitian, foot doctor, or even counselling. If you need a visit to the dentist, we can arrange this, and we can also make appointments for you to have your sight and hearing checked. Basically, we try to look at your health holistically so that you can enjoy a healthy and happy life, knowing that you're getting the best coordinated care available. We also explain to you about the health system and your rights to request thorough care from your doctors and specialists, including the right to request an interpreter. We link you in with after-hours doctors' services who can visit your home after 6 o'clock at night, and they use over-the-phone interpreters. We explain when it's necessary to call for an ambulance and when to visit the emergency part of the hospital. Our bilingual bicultural workers from ARA also provide health information, explain the health system, and support you and point you in the right direction for a variety of different community groups. They're connected with all kinds of organisations and are really useful, so they're great people to know. They even organise community health events like this Expo. So I'm going to talk a little bit now about how you can help yourself get the best out of a GP visit. So firstly, it's your right to book a double or long appointment to make sure you have enough time to talk to your doctor about all of your health needs. And once you've made your appointment, ask for the confirmation of that appointment on either a card or a text message so that you remember to attend. If you can't attend your appointment, make sure you call the practice and cancel, and that way other people can actually have that appointment time. And it will also avoid the practice being annoyed with you or charging you a non-cancellation fee. So when you make that appointment, make sure you ask for an interpreter and ask for that to be put on your record so that every time you go to the GP, you actually get an on-site interpreter. If you have difficulty asking for an interpreter and you can't get your message across to the reception staff, you can get one of these cards here from the ARA office. It's called I Need an Interpreter, and you just write the language that you need on the card, and therefore the practice staff will know to get you an interpreter. Another tip that I find really helpful is if you feel you need to go to the doctors quite regularly, you can actually make fortnightly or monthly appointments on a regular basis so that you don't have to keep making new appointments all the time. Okay, so when you get to your GP appointment, make sure that the professional interpreter is either there or already on the phone. So don't let the GP tell you that it's going to be okay without an interpreter. Remember, it's really important information about your health, so you need to be able to understand this clearly, and it's your right to have that professional interpreter there all the time. Another hint is be prepared. Have a list of your questions ready, and remember that you've got limited time in that appointment, so it's best to go through things as quickly as you can. This way the doctor can address your health concerns. In other words, don't leave the important stuff to the end of the appointment, because it's really likely that the GP will say, oh, let's talk about that one next visit, and then you may forget about it or they may forget about it. Know that it's your right to ask for investigations and treatment for your health problems. If you're not happy with the treatment or the outcomes, or if your GP doesn't hear you the first time, repeat your request. It's important to always be open with your GP and tell them if your situation has or has not improved with the current treatment. Sometimes things that you may think are not connected may actually be really important for your GP to hear. For instance, if you've got diabetes, it's important to tell your GP about any changes in your sight, or even if you have foot, hand, nerve pain, or even numbness. You see, when you have diabetes, the tiny blood vessels in your body, especially around your hands, feet, and eyes, get clogged up and sticky with sugar. And the blood doesn't flow very freely to these vessels then, and that's where you end up getting damage to some of your organs. So it's important to always tell your GP about those things. Again, if you're having headaches or dizziness, this can be caused by having tension in your neck or in your shoulders, or it could actually be related to heart health. So it's really important to make sure that you tell your doctor everything. Once you have told them, it's then their responsibility to record this information, and then it's their duty of care to make sure that those things are followed up with. Again, if you're prescribed new medications or even a change in medication, make sure your doctor is clear about how and when you're supposed to take this, or if you need to stop taking another medication you're taking. To be certain that you're not making mistakes and causing your body harm, it's a really good idea to all the time when you go to the GP, take all of your medications with you so the GP can check them and make sure that you're taking the correct ones. When you've finished your appointment, you need to let the reception know that you've finished and that you need to book, if you need to book another appointment. Again, ask for an appointment card with the date and time on it, and remember, if you become unwell after hours, you can call the after hours GP or the emergency on 000 for ambulance. Remember, GPs are being paid for every visit that you have to them, even the long ones, and they get a Medicare rebate for every referral that they do to a specialist. So when they request, even when they request if you have a medication review from a pharmacist, they get a rebate for that as well. You are paying for every visit you make to the GP through your taxes, even if you think you're not out of pocket. So you actually deserve the best care available, so make sure you ask for it. Okay, using interpreters is a really important thing. So some health professionals that are provided free interpreting service are GPs, the practice staff also, so that's the admin staff at the front, the nursing staff, all specialists, and pharmacists. They all get free interpreting services. So a lot of people don't realise that pharmacists actually have the right to use the free TIS service. So if you do go to your pharmacist and they're giving you new medications, it's your right to actually ask for a interpreting service. And if they don't know about it, contact one of us and we will get in contact with the pharmacist and let them know how to register for it. So some of the benefits of using a professional interpreter is that you get informed consent for all of your treatments and informed consent about your condition. Some of the sensitive information is not suitable for family or friends, so they may be embarrassed to repeat that information to you, or they may misinterpret it or not understand it, and then you don't get the correct information. Some of the reasons GPs don't use professional interpreters is some of them don't have a lot of experience and they get nervous using them, and some of them just don't have the time. But it is your right to have a professional interpreter all the time. Sometimes GPs even believe that family members or friends are good as interpreters, but now we know the reasons why that's not actually an ideal situation. Yeah, so that's little tips on using interpreters. So I think the take-home message is that a good relationship between patient and doctor is really important to make sure that all of your health needs get met, and we're here to help you. So thank you for listening, and contact one of the nurses at STARS or one of the bilingual workers at ARA if you have any questions or you'd like to be referred in. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Pauline. I'm one of the nurses and midwives at Shine SA, and I'm also one of the educators at Shine. So I've come to talk to you today about our services and what we can offer you at Shine. So Shine SA is a sexual health service. We're non-government, and we offer clinics, counselling, as well as education. So we have clinics with doctors and nurses, as well as sexual health counsellors, and we also have an education team which is made up of doctors, nurses and teachers. And here at Shine we celebrate diversity, so everyone's welcome at Shine, whether you're from different cultural backgrounds, different sexual identities or gender identities. Yeah, it's a safe place at Shine. So I thought I'd talk a little bit about what is sexual health for a start. So sexual health, the World Health Organization defines it as it's more than physical. So it's a state of physical, mental and social well-being in relation to sexuality. So it requires a positive and respectful approach to sexuality and sexual relationships, as well as the possibility of having pleasurable and safe sexual experiences, so free from coercion, discrimination and free from violence. So who are our services for? So we have a few groups of interest, and some of those are young people, so people under 30, Aboriginal people, people from different cultures, people living with disabilities, people from remote and rural areas, and people that are same-sex attracted, intersex or gender diverse people. But everyone's welcome at Shine, as I said. So I'll talk a bit about our clinical services. So for a start, just to let you know, all of our clinical services are confidential, so that means they're private. Whatever you say to us in the clinic stays with us, and we don't share that information with anyone else. So that's good to know. It's also good to know that it's free. Our services are free if you're under 30. And it's also free for people that have a pension card or a healthcare card. And we can also arrange an interpreter for you for free as well, if you need one, either face-to-face or on the phone. And also, you don't need a referral. Some people think you need a referral to come and see us from a doctor, but you can just ring up our appointment line and book an appointment. All right. So what can we offer you at Shine when you make an appointment to see a doctor or a nurse or a midwife? We do, so we're not a GP service, except that our clinic in the city does have a GP service as well, but our Woodville one is just for sexual health. So we can do things like women's health screening, so like cervical screening and breast health checks. We do lots of screening for sexually transmitted infections, so infections that are passed through sex, and including HIV testing. We can do vaccinations for hepatitis B. We also do pregnancy testing, and then you can talk to a nurse as well or a counsellor if you are pregnant and not sure what to do or where to go. We also do contraception, so that's a big part of our work as well. So things that can prevent a pregnancy, so also known as family planning or birth control. We have all the different options available at Shine. So we offer the pill, you might have heard of the IUDs, so the intrauterine device, so there's the Mirena, the Kylena, and there's also the copper IUDs. We do those as well. And they last between 5 and 10 years, so that's a really good option. We also do the Implanon, which is that rod in the arm, which lasts for 3 years. So that's another really popular option. And we also do, we can do the injection, the 3-monthly injection. And we also offer the emergency contraception, which used to be called the morning after pill. But we don't call it that anymore because it can actually be taken after unprotected sex. You can take it up to 3 to 5 days after. So you can come in and get that for free if you've had unprotected sex and you're at risk of being pregnant. So I thought I'd mention a bit about cervical screening. So if you're not sure, that's what we used to call pap smears. So that is really, really important for any woman between 25 to 74 to have that done every 5 years. And that can prevent almost all cervical cancer, which is amazing, really. So if you're going to do anything for your health, that's a really important thing to do. And you can, so what we do is we collect a little sample of cells from the cervix. It's a little bit uncomfortable, but it's once every 5 years, and it's really, really important for your health, as I said. So you can see one of our doctors or nurses at Shine, or you can see your family doctor for that. And just mentioning a bit about STIs. So if you don't know, most STIs don't have any symptoms, so that's why they can get around so easily, because if you feel fine, you don't know you've got anything, you don't know you're spreading it around. So in South Australia, the most common STI is chlamydia, and that's just a bacteria that's passed on through sex and really easy to treat, but you just have to know you've got it. So there's about 6,000 cases of chlamydia in South Australia every year, and about 80% of those cases are in people under 30. So if you're under 30, we recommend having an STI check at least once a year, or more if you have more partners, because you're at the highest risk of getting an STI. And it's super easy to test. We say it's easy to catch, easy to treat, and easy to test, or easy to, maybe that's the wrong order, but yeah, so all it involves is just either doing a pee in a pot or a swab, and then the treatment is just really easy, couple of antibiotics. It's free, as I said. We might also offer you a blood test for blood-borne viruses such as HIV if we have a chat with you about that. But yeah, so get tested regularly, at least once a year, and even up to every 3 months if you're having a few different partners. All right, and like I said, it's all confidential. We're not going to, you know, talk about what you've told us to anybody else when you come in. So I'll just talk a bit about our counselling services as well. We have 2 sexual health counsellors at Shine, 1 male and 1 female, and they talk about anything, you know, related to sexual health. So it can be something like relationship issues. Sometimes we talk about mismatched desire, which means, you know, when one person wants more sex than the other in a relationship, and that's causing problems. So that's a really common thing, and people come and talk to our counsellors about that, either on their own or with their partner. Sometimes things like, you know, sexual assault or child sex abuse in the past that is coming up for people. Not sure what to do about pregnancy as well, or people that have had a termination needing some counselling afterwards. People that are questioning their gender identity or their sexual identity, wanting to talk to somebody about that. Or maybe body image issues, or sexual issues relating to disability or illness, or people living with long-term STIs as well. So these services are free if you're under 30, so that's really good. If you're over 30 and you have a pension card, it's $20, and if you're over 30 without a healthcare card, so you're working, it's $50, but that's for an hour session, so that's pretty good. And again, you don't need a referral for that. You can just phone up and make an appointment. And depending on their availability, hopefully you won't have to wait too long. I'll just let you know as well, we have a phone line, so it's called the Sexual Health Line, which a nurse like me is on the line Monday to Friday mornings, and we can just talk to you about any questions you have about sexual health. We get all sorts of questions, you know, maybe sometimes people are too shy to come in, or they just want to talk about something before they make an appointment, so you can do that. And we can also arrange a phone interpreter if you need it as well. So that's a good option to have as well. So this is just letting you know where we are. So we're at Hyde Street in the city. And like I said, we have a GP service there that runs alongside our sexual health service. And we're also at Woodville, on Woodville Road, quite close to the Queen Elizabeth. And that's our sexual health service out there. And this is our website, so lots of information on there. So have a browse. All of our fact sheets are on there about all the different types of contraception, all the different types of STIs, and all of our services, and also information about people wanting to do courses with us as well, because we do train professionals as well. But yeah, so there is lots of information on there. So thank you for your time, and yeah, all the best.
你可以阻止冠状病毒的传染。你要经常洗手，使用20秒的时间洗手，而且要用消毒液。要记得戴口罩，保持1点5米的距离。记得清洁和消毒使用的表面。如果你有感冒或者流感的症状，请获得检测。下载 COVID SA 应用策略。如果需要获得更多的资讯，请拨打 SA COVID Info Line 用1800253787。面向非英语 连续的口饼服务，请拨打83542951。
Hello, my name's DM Tran. I'm from Cancer Council SA, and today I'll be talking about Cancer Council services and ways that we can reduce or minimise our risk of developing cancer. Our office is based in Eastwood in Adelaide, just on Green Hill Road. Clients or patients or community members are welcome to come into our office. Otherwise, we do have a telephone service on 13 11 20, and our cancer nurses are very familiar with utilising TIS or translating and interpreting services. So you're welcome to utilise that service to reach out to Cancer Council as well. Essentially, my role, I'm the Community Education Coordinator. I look after our prevention programs and services at Cancer Council, and as part of that unit or department, we deliver programs that help communicate and raise awareness about ways that we can reduce our risk of developing cancer. So cancer is a disease that affects many members of our community. We know that in Australia, at least 1 in 2 Australians are diagnosed with cancer. So if you haven't had cancer yourselves, it is quite common for people to know of somebody or have a friend or a family member having been diagnosed with cancer. Essentially today I am talking specifically about our prevention programs though, and in particular ways that we can actually prevent or reduce our risk of developing cancer. So we know that in Australia around 1/3 or 1 in 3 newly diagnosed cancers are potentially preventable through lifestyle risk factors. So those risk factors include healthy eating, physical activity, smoking, alcohol, healthy weight, and sun exposure or too much sun exposure. So I'll go through them one by one and talk to them and explain a little bit more about each of those risk factors to help raise awareness about ways that we can minimise or reduce the number of South Australians who are impacted by cancer in our community. So starting off with tobacco smoking, it is actually the leading cause of cancer incidence in South Australia, and we know that it actually impacts not just lung cancer. Lung cancer is very commonly known to be associated with smoking, but actually up to 15 different types of cancers around the body, ranging from the mouth and the pharynx all the way through to bowel cancer and in your intestines as well. So it's a cancer that, those cancers are largely preventable, and so if you're a non-smoker or if you've given up smoking, fantastic, well done. And if you are currently a smoker, we know that it's never too late to quit smoking or to give it up. Quitline is a service that Cancer Council operates. It's a free service. The Quitline counsellors are also familiar with using TIS services or translating services. So you're also welcome to utilise those services if you wish to. And we do encourage you to, because we know smoking can impact on our cancer risk quite remarkably. So in addition to that, we also recommend avoiding second-hand smoke. So if you do have family or friends that are smokers, do try to avoid inhaling cigarette smoke from other people's cigarette smoking. And likewise, out in the public spaces, so on the street, alfresco dining, while you're waiting for the bus, avoiding second-hand smoke where you can as well. Moving on to alcohol as a risk factor for cancer. We know that there's no safe level of alcohol consumption in terms of cancer risk. We know the more you drink, the higher that risk of developing cancer is. And so it's best to avoid, or if you choose to drink alcohol, limit the amount that you drink. And there are many ways that you can do that through either alternating alcoholic drinks or even just limiting it to just special occasions. It doesn't matter what type of alcohol you choose to drink, whether it is spirits or hard liquor wine or even beer. All of those types of drinks are still alcoholic and they contribute to your cancer risks all the same. Moving on to healthy eating and your diet and the food that we eat and also drink besides alcohol. That can actually impact our cancer risk in a number of different ways. There are a number of key messages, I suppose, that come out of the healthy eating message, including the amount of vegetables and dietary fibre that you eat, the amount of fruit that you eat. So we encourage a lot of fruit and vegetable consumption and a lot of dietary fibre consumption. So dietary fibre can be found in vegetables and fruit, as well as whole grain breads and cereals. And also limiting the amount of red meat and processed meat that you eat, because that can actually impact on your bowel cancer risk quite significantly as well. And then, the last one, which can be quite challenging sometimes for some people, is trying to limit and avoid the amount of discretionary food that you eat. So those are also known as sometimes foods or junk foods, which are high in calories and very low in nutrients. So they might include fast food or even things like donuts and sweets, lollies, and soft drinks, and all sorts of different drinks that contain lots of sugar as well. Moving on to physical activity, we know the more active you are, the greater it is for your health, not just cancer risk, but also other diseases like heart disease and diabetes as well. The more active you are, the better, but Cancer Council does recommend aiming for around 30 minutes of physical activity at a minimum in line with the Australian guidelines. But ultimately, it's 30 minutes of vigorous activity or 60 minutes of moderate intensity physical activity. So vigorous is where you are moving your body quite heavily, you are starting to see your heart rate increase a fair bit, and you're actually not able to hold a conversation. So if you think of going for a run around the oval, by the end of that you might be quite out of breath and you're only able to fit in a few words before having to stop to take a deep breath. Whereas moderate intensity physical activity is where you can start to feel your heart rate increase a little bit, but you're still able to carry a conversation. So you might be going for a walk around the block with a friend or a family member. Moving on now to healthy weight. So in terms of healthy weight, we know that the weight particularly carried around the waist impacts the most on your cancer risk. So we do recommend aiming for a healthy weight or a healthy waist circumference. So for men, that's actually below 94 centimetres, and for women, it's below 80 centimetres. And you're looking for the measurement between your hip and the bottom of your rib. So somewhere around your belly button area, but it does vary for different people. So normally it's the narrowest part of your waist, but depending on your body shape, it may not be. So somewhere in between those 2 points there. We know that the higher your waist circumference is, the greater the risk of developing cancer is, and there's a number of reasons for that. But ultimately, we are aiming for a healthy weight. So below 80 centimetres or below 94 for men. And then lastly, cancer screening and early detection. So as much as we can minimise our risk of developing cancer through having a healthy lifestyle, there are reasons or other reasons unrelated to our lifestyle that can impact on our cancer risks. So things like your age, so the older you get, the higher the risk is, your family history. So if your mum or dad or a couple of brothers or sisters in your family have had cancer, your risk might be higher, or sometimes there are just unknown reasons why cancer has occurred. So early detection and making sure that you are aware of what's normal for your body is really important. So in Australia, we do have 3 national cancer screening programs for breast cancer, bowel cancer and cervical cancer. And if you're eligible for those cancer screening programs, or if you've been invited to participate, please do. And if you don't know about them, you're welcome to reach out to Cancer Council on 13 11 20 or speak to your doctor or your GP about it as well. So that brings me to the end of today's presentation, or very short presentation, just introducing ways that we can minimise our risk of developing cancer and services that are available to you in the community.
So what is high blood pressure? We all have blood pressure. This is what is required to pump the blood through from your heart to all the parts in your body, through our blood vessels. The blood pressure doesn't stay the same. It changes all the time when your body does different things, like breathing, exercising, sleeping, or when you are stressed. High blood pressure, also called hypertension in medical terms, is a medical condition when the blood vessels have constantly high pressure. So, what can happen if high blood pressure is not treated by a doctor? The higher the pressure, the harder for the heart, because it has to pump and work a little bit harder. Over a long time, if this is not treated, it causes a lot of serious health problems for your heart, your brain, kidney, and more. High blood pressure is one of the main risk factors for heart attacks and strokes. Some statistics for Australian government show that 1 in 4 men have high blood pressure and 1 in 5 women in the years of 2017 to 2019. This number gets higher as people get older and happens more often in lower socio-economic areas. 1.4 million Australians have a chance of having a heart attack or stroke in the next 5 years, according to the Heart Foundation 2020. And because there are no real symptoms that show, the risk is very high. And this is why it is scary. But blood pressure isn't usually something you can feel. When it's too high, it needs to be treated. Schedule a regular checkup with your doctor to make sure that everything is under control. If you are 18 or over, get your blood pressure checked at least once or twice a year. If you are 45 and over, you should get your blood pressure checked twice or 3 times a year, according to the Heart Foundation. So now, what could cause high blood pressure? It could be your diet. A lot of salty food could cause high blood pressure. Someone in your family with a history of it. Too much smoking or alcohol. Overweight and low amount of physical activities. A normal blood pressure reading would be anywhere from 120 millimeters over 80 millimeters a G. So how can we help you? A pharmacist is a trained expert in medicines. Our job is to make sure all the people in the public are kept safe and well by ensuring that you understand everything about our health conditions, medication, and how to be healthy. If you do have high blood pressure, we would love to help you buy. Come in and see us. We can talk you through different ways to help you with your diet, improving your exercise, and safely take your medications. We can also advise you on what sort of vitamins and supplements that would be suitable for you. We can sit down with you to go through a medication review process to make sure that you are taking your medication safe and correctly. Moreover, we also offer a medication ad support so that we can put all your medication into a website pack. And this is labeled from Monday to Sunday. It will simplify the way you're taking your medication and help you to be able to be more adherent to taking what you're supposed to take. Furthermore, we also provide some free home deliveries to things when you are sick. There are many pharmacies around that you can come in and have a chat with our pharmacists. That's it. Thank you.
Tinokwanisa kudzivirira kupararira kwechirwere cheCovid-19. Tine zvakati wandei zvatinokwanisa kuita kuti kudzivirira kupararira kwechirwere ichi. chimwe chezvinhu chatinokwanisa kuita kugara tichigeza maoko edu nguva nenguva kwemaseconds anokwanisa kuita iwo 20. Kana tisingakwanise kugeza maoko edu, tinokwanisa kupukuta maoko edu nesanitizer ine doro rinokwanisa kuita iro 60 muchikamu che100 kuitira kuti tiuraye utachiwana hungangodaro huri mumaoko edu. Chimwe chezvinhu chatinokwanisa kuita, tinokwanisa kuvhara mhino dzedu, tinokwanisa kuvhara miromo yedu nemamaski kana tichibuda kunze tichibva pamba. Kana tiri munzvimbo ine vanhu vakati wandei, tinokurudzirwa kusiya pakati pedu mukana ungaita iwo mita 1 nechidimbu. Uyezve kana tiri mukati medzimba dzedu kana kumabasa patinoshandira, tinokurudzirwa kupukuta nzvimbo dzatinoshandisa nemishonga inouraya utachiwana. Uyezve kana tichinge taona kuti hatisi kunzwa zvakanaka, tiri kunzwa musoro, tiri kukosora, tiri kubuditsa dziwa sekunge tine flu, tinokurudzirwa kuti tiende tinoonekwa nana chiremba, titestwe tuonekwe kuti hatina chirwere cheCovid-19 here. Chimwe chezvinhu futi chatinokwanisa kuita kudzivirira kuparadzirwa kwechirwere ichi, tinokwanisa kudownloada pane program iripo inonzi COVID Safe yatinokwanisa kudownloada tichiisa pazvivhitivhiti zvedu. Program iyoyo inoita kuti tizive kuti kana tichinge tabatwa tiine chirwere ichi, tinokwanisa kuziva kuti ndivanani vatakanga tiri pedo navo vanokwanisa kunge vakabatirawo chirwere ichochi. Kuti tiwane zvakawanda kana tiine mibvunzo pamusoro pechirwere ichi, tinokwanisa kuridza runhare kuSA COVID Information panhamba dzinoti idzo 1800 253 787. Kana kuti kana tichida kubatsirwa nerurimi rwamai vedu, tinoridza zvakare runhare kuARA panhamba dzinoti 088 354 2951.
Hello, my name is Carly Squire and I work at ARA as the manager of the Youth Ambassador program, which is for young volunteers in our community from a wide range of backgrounds who want to get involved and represent ARA and advocate for young people from refugee backgrounds and the wider community across the world. And I also work generally as a youth worker, and one of the things I love doing is working with music and drumming, and I've been very fortunate to learn a program called Drum Beat over the last few years and use that within my youth work. And I'm not at all a professional drummer, but using rhythm and percussion and these beautiful instruments called djembes is an amazing tool to help young people express themselves and connect with each other and learn how to really tune in and listen to find that collective rhythm and to open up conversations around a whole range of topics, which is very much the core of the Drum Beat program. I'm not facilitating that today, but I'm being inspired from that program and some of the skills. And I've got some amazing volunteers here from ARA who are willing to learn something new and to play around and have some fun. And that's definitely the core of what playing with instruments and percussion is. So a djembe is a West African instrument and arguably one of their most well-known and widely spread and utilised instruments. And from my understanding, from my notes here, that has its origins with the Maninki people of West Africa from around 1300 AD. And as we understand from instruments, it's not ever just for entertainment purposes, but for celebration and for storytelling throughout generations and for capturing significant moments and important things to this group of people. So we're drawing from that inspiration to work with drumming as not just a form of music making, but a form of connecting and communicating with each other and a form of being vulnerable with each other through music as well. So today is very much an introduction a short 20-minute drumming intro with some basic techniques, some activities to get people warmed up and playing around, and then we'll experiment with a 3-part rhythm at the end, and we'll see how we go. So there's plenty of room for exploration and laughter and fun. I also didn't point out that traditionally a djembe is made from a hardwood, and usually a single piece of wood that's been hollowed out and carved, and then an animal skin on the top as well. The best way to get the best sound of it is to put it between your legs and to tip it slightly forward so that you have a way for the sound to come out the bottom. If it's flat on the ground, the sound dies into the carpet, but tipping it forward gives it a nice big resounding sound. Beautiful. So we've got hands free, tipping it forward, and we're going to work with 3 main drumming techniques to start with, or like ways to hit the drum. The first one, big open palm, and you can all join in with me, is the bass right in the center. A nice big bass beat. Beautiful. And the way I'm going to bring us back together each time is to count down from 3, 2, 1, and stop. Beautiful. So on that stop, that's your last beat. So I'll call that in whatever we're doing to kind of bring us back together. I think the best part of drumming is when you play together, but also when you finish together, because that silence is just like, oh, wow, impressive. So that's the first one. We're working with bass. Second one is with tone. Your fingers brought back together in your hand, and it's up to the edge of your drum. And you're going for a higher sound and letting your fingers rest onto the drum. And 3, 2, 1, and stop. Oh, they're so good. They're so good. So we've got bass and we've got tone. The third one is a slap. And that, as it explains, is much more of an expressive gesture along the edge of the drums. You're letting your hand flick onto the drum and pull off, so that your sound you're going for is a lot higher. So try that with each side. Nice. And 3, 2, 1, and stop. Oh, they're too good. This isn't always how drumming workshops work out. So if you're using this somewhere else, this is very much class A model of listening. Bass, tone, and slap. I'm going to teach you a simple rhythm that puts all of them together. Half the challenge as well, once you get into the rhythm, is not speeding up. You start, someone speeds up, then they speed up, and you kind of all suddenly get out of control. So a core part of this kind of way of playing together is tuning in with everyone around you. If you lose your hand rhythm, you can watch someone else and check back in with them. If you lose your tempo, you can tune in with someone else, or tune back in with me, and my job is to hold that for everyone else, because it's very easy to speed up. If you do, I'll call you back down again. So this one has a bit of a classic West African swing to it. It's a bass, so I'm going to call it bass, tone, slap. Bass, bass, tone, tone, bass, bass, slap, slap. I'll show you how it goes. Bass, bass. So I'll do it first, and then you can join in after. Bass, bass, tone, tone, bass, bass, slap. So it has a nice sort of walking tempo to it. I'll do it really slowly again. Bass, bass, tone, tone, bass, bass. And with slap, we're going to do 2 hands together on the edge. So we'll just play it. And this is your chance just to try and join in as best you can. Let's go. Bass, bass, tone, tone, bass, 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 tone, tone. I'll keep going, and you can join in when you can. Slap, slap. Bass, bass, tone, tone, bass, bass, slap, slap. Bass, bass, tone, tone, bass, 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 tone, tone, bass, bass. And 3. And 2, and 1, and stop. Nice. What things that can help you? I'm kind of moving forward and back a bit to get kind of the rhythm. That helps me. Saying something in your head, you might go da 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 da, or you might say bass bass, tone tone, bass bass, slap slap. Whatever gives you a little trigger to then flow on into your hands as well. Very different to just like. That's just a straight on the beat. This has that swing to it, so you've got to find that flow with you. All right, should we try again? Is that too fast? Should we slow it down? Or we'll just get it there? Yeah? Okay, let's try again. All right, ready? Bass, bass. and 3, and 2, and 1, and stop. Beautiful. It is very important. You're doing really well. That came together. And you can see how you can hear, even when one person is out, you can hear a little bit of it. We're not wanting to like, but you know, the getting it together is quite a challenge. It's really important, like I said, to tip it right forward and also to get real distinction. Bass in the middle, tone and slap. You want them to all sound different, so it takes the work to actually move around there. We're going to play a game. So that's the first rhythm. This one is called, is around speed and tempo. And so we're not going to worry about the rhythm as much as just like making as much speed as you can. I'm going to do it in this way of kind of like a Mexican wave. We might call it a speed wave. So we're going to send, so the rhythm's going to be like this. It's a really fast series of tones or slaps. And I'm going to send it around the circle. So once I start, then Bhupal picks it up. Once he picks it up, I stop. You pass it on to Om. Once he picks it up, you stop. And we send it all the way around the circle and see if you can pass it on and keep it moving along. Alrighty. Hang on, I will just fix such things. Okay, are you ready? It's going this way. So don't start until the person on your right has picked it up. Okay. That's it, go layer over him. Yeah, and pick it up now. And now, go. Let him sweat. Okay, start again. So it layers. So the same way like a wave goes, you've got to pick it up and layer over each other so it's a continual flow of sound.
So you shouldn't stop
until they've got it. That's right. Okay, ready? Yeah. Yes, go. Stop. All right, I'm sending it back this way. Ready, go. Really fast, really fast. Stop. Very nice. You got the speed. The next one we're going to do is about volume. So speed and volume. You want to be able to control the volume so that you get all that beautiful emphasis in your song. Same as a painting, you want contrast so that there's energy and interest in there, not the same all the way through. So to do this, I need a volunteer conductor to conduct the volume. Are there any interested participants who feel a little... Yes, Amber! So the way you're going to do it is when you raise your hands up, we make a heck of a racket, louder and louder. When you send it down, we have to get quieter and quieter. And you can control this. You can also get a bit experimental. If you feel more powerful, you can. However you like. You could also get a bit experimental and split the group in two and raise up one side while you lower down the other side. So you just get crazy and we'll play along. Okay, so take us away. And the way we'll do it is just making whatever racket we want. Yeah.
So the group is only the boys and then the girls?
Go for it. Yes.
Cool.
So you just do your hands. You don't play your drum, you just do it with your hands.
This is one technique, okay?
Yeah. Nice. How did that feel? Yes. I think he really did. His face was really feeling quite powerful. Beautiful. All right. In talking about some freestyle, we're going to do some freestyle in with a structure as well. So the double bass, just let me play for a sec, I'll chat through it, is a really great way to bring everyone back together. Most rhythms, yeah, you can play with me if you want, have a strong bass to hold it together. If you get lost, you just come back to this double bass. Connects everything back together. As you can hear, there's a space. So there's 2 bass and a space. So it's asking for something in between. So I'm going to make something up and you can join in. Beautiful. And 3, and 2, and 1, and stop. Lovely. So if you ever get lost and you're like, what did she put in the middle? I don't know. Just go back to this until you're ready to join in again. What we're going to do is a bit of improv and pass it around the circle. So I'll start, make something up. When I point to the next person, you keep the double bass, but it's your chance to make something else up in the middle. So you still have those 2 counts, so 1, 2, 3, 4. You can do whatever you like. You could clap. You could do this. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. You can make it really tricky. You can make it really simple. So work with what you feel comfortable with. But we're going to follow you for at least sort of 4 or so beats and then pass to the next person. Okay? If we get lost, I'll just pull it back in. Just have a play. No one cares at all. And like I said, if you feel like catching that rhythm is tricky, the scratch is pretty good, a click is good, or just a woo, that gets you out of it pretty easily. Okay, so I'll start this way, and then okay, so you think about something. So everyone needs to chew on something they're going to do. All right, double bass, let's go. So join in with me. Double bass. So bass, bass, go, yes. Bass, bass, knees, knees, knees. Bass, bass, that's right. Bass, bass. All right, have you got something in mind? So bass, bass, then do something, go. Keep this. Nice, yeah. So we're all copying Bhupal now. Bass, bass, tone, tone, tone. If you're lost, copy his hands. So you're doing 2. You still need to keep that bass to start with. So bass, great job. Omi, ready? So bass, bass, something. Well, let's open it for you. Bass, bass, something. Bass, bass, ba-da, ba-da. Bass, bass, ba-da, ba-da. Nice. Beautiful. Roy? Bass, bass, something. Yes, bass, bass. Click, click. Bass, bass. So clicks. Click, click. Click, click. Yeah, that's right. Nice one. All right, Amber, what you got? Bass, bass. Yes. Good. All right, Sandra. I like it. Halia. Sorry, we've got time? We'll wait. Yeah, we'll just wait for you. Yeah. Oh, she's mixing it up. Oh. So double clap, double click. Tricky. Beautiful. All right, hands. Yes. Beautiful. And 3, 2, 1, and stop. Fantastic, well done. How'd that feel, taking the lead? A bit sweaty? All right. Okay, let's try, this is our last part of the workshop, a 3-part rhythm. So they all work together, but have 3 separate parts. So it's even more important that in your pairs or your group, all you're doing is listening to each other, but also not losing rhythm with everyone else as well. So I will conduct you and bring you in, and we'll just have a go. And if we have one moment of magic where it all sings together, great, and the rest can just be cereal, breakfast, mush in. But it'll be fun. So that's what we're going for. So I'll teach you, I reckon we'll do Group 1, Group 2, and Group 3. But I'm going to teach you all 3 parts and then really focus on your own bit. And then the way that we do it is, say, Group 1 will start and get yours going for a bit, and then Group 2 will join in, and so you're playing together, and then Group 3 joins in. And I'll kind of lead the conducting for it as well, okay? Listen to me playing it for you first, and then you can join in. So we're just working with tones and bass. There's no slaps in this, so it's just those 2. We're also working with alternating hands, which is a good exercise for your brain, switching right and left, and it also makes the rhythm flow better. If that is too much, you can just do it with one hand. If that just, you're like, oh man, I can't just do it with one hand, that's fine. But have a go and see if you can chant, and you can watch my hands to try and get it. And you may say to yourself, right, right, left, left, you know, whatever gets you connecting the dots, okay? All right, so the first rhythm is this. So just hang on a sec. So it goes tone, 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 bass. Tone, 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 bass. Tone, 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 tone. If you want to do it with one hand, you can just go tone, 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 bass. Tone, 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 bass. Tone, 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 bass. Da 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 bass. Da 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 bass. Nice. 3 and 2 and 1 and stop. Emma, just tip your drum forward a little bit there. We'll get a bit more sound. If you want to do it right and left hands, okay? Right, left, right, right, bass is the rhythm. I'll do it really slowly. Right, left, right, right, bass. Right, left, right, right, bass. So I think of it like a little jump over the fence and then a little jump back to the other side of the fence, because it kind of has this movement forward and backward and to the side. That helps me. Right, left, right, right, bass. Right, left, right, right, bass. Right, left, right, right, bass. Yeah, nice. Good. Right, left, right, right, bass. All right, we'll wrap it there. So this is your rhythm that you guys have to hold. Okay, did you just get it, didn't you? Right, 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 bass. Left, right, bass. Remember, if you're lost, just go back to one hand and get the right rhythm. Yeah. If you get heaps lost, just go da 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 bass and get that one. All right, yours. Okay, starts with the bass instead. So I'll just play it through so you can listen to it. Hang on, guys. We'll have a little bit of practice in a minute, but this one over here. So bass, da 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 da, bass, tone, 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 bass, tone, 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 bass. So try and join in. Bass, maybe use one hand. Bass, tone, 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 bass, bass. And if it's easy, you do two hands. Bass, right, left, right. Bass, right, left, right. Right, left, right. Yeah, here, that's it. Bass, right, left. Nice. Feel okay? Yeah? Beautiful. And stop. 1, 2, 3 is a continual walking rhythm. It has bass, bass, tone, tone, bass, bass. You do have a slap at the end. So I'll just play yours to listen to. Bass, bass, tone, tone, bass, bass, slap, bass, bass, tone, tone, bass, bass. So just do one listen through and see if you can get it in your head. Bass, bass, tone, tone, bass, bass, slap, bass, bass, tone, tone, bass, 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 tone, tone, bass, bass, slap. Remember that slap is that really high flick on the end. So you've got the accentuation in the rhythm. Bass, bass, tone, tone, bass, bass, slap, da 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 da, slap. Should we try that all together? Help you guys get it? Let's go. Bass, bass, tone, tone, bass, 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 tone, tone, bass, bass, slap, bass, bass, tone, tone, bass, bass. Beautiful. And your slap, just to give you time to get to the next thing, rather than across, it's just off the edge. Yeah, because then you've got to get straight back in for the next one. Yeah. Should we try? Usually I'd give you more time to work it out, but should we just give it a shot? Yeah, we'll give it. This is get crazy. So you guys are going to start. I'll help you. And then once I leave you, just tune them out and just keep doing your thing. And then I'll come to you, get you started over here. Let's just try. And the first time I'll just end it. We'll try one more time, whereas I'll try and end you first, end you next, and you'll be ending up playing by yourself at the end, and then you're the finishing. Okay. Does anyone need a quick refresher on their tone, on their rhythm? Bass, tone, 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 tone. Bass, tone, tone. Yeah, that's fine. Bass. Good. And you got yours? Ba-da. All right. Okay, ready, guys? No.
So what time is it in?
Da 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 da. Right, left, left, right, right, left, right, left, left, right, right, left, right, left, left, right, right, bass. All right. So if everyone else stops, and we'll just get these guys going. I'll do it slow. I felt that you were ready for the challenge. You'll be a greater person for it. Yes. Right, left. All right, let's do it together. Yeah, Roy's got it. Right, left, left, right, right, bass. Right, left. All right, we'll start for real now. Used to you guys playing, and then others will join in. Right, left, left. Oh, so no one else playing. No one else playing. Just those two. Okay. Right, left, left, right, right, bass. Da 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 bass. Da 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 bass. Da 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 bass. Da da. So just those guys. This is their special moment. So can you keep that going? So not you guys. Not yet. Just them. Keep going. Don't stop ever. Da 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 da. Hang on. All right, so you could see where that can go when you build on each group and they start to layer over each other, and then you break down each one at a time. We are out of time for our workshop, but we're going to finish just together on the same rhythm from group 2, and then a bit of a party finish at the end to let all that energy out. So thank you so much, everyone, for doing something new today and joining in. It's been really great. All right, this one here, starting with the bass. Let's go. Bass, tone, 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 tone. Bass, tone, 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 tone. Bass, tone, 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 tone. Bass, bass, da 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 da. Bass, da 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 da. Bass, bass. Let's make it really loud. And let's speed it up. Thank you. Thank you.
At ARA, your health is very important to us. That's why we strongly recommend that you are wearing masks to reduce the risk of infected of COVID-19. Masks are effective if they worn correctly. You need to remember to wash or sanitize your hands before and after wearing the masks. Masks should cover your nose, mouth, and chin. Also, you need to remember, don't touch the front of your mask while you're wearing it. Replace your mask as soon as it is damped. Dispose your single-use mask after use. Social distancing is very important. You need to remember to stay at least 1.5 meters from other people. You need to remember to wash your hands regularly for at least 20 seconds. If you can't wash your hands, you need to use a hand sanitizer containing at least 60% alcohol. Wipe down any surfaces you have touched with household cleaners or disinfectants. We hope you will benefit from this information. Stay safe.
My name is Amber. I'm a youth and digital literacy coordinator with ARA. I have been working since from 2014 in a different role. Since from this year, I started a new role, youth and digital literacy coordinator. And also I worked in ARA program to support like health related clients. So if they are struggling, if they need like if they need support with health and well-being, we do support them to be independent. And also like in youth and digital literacy, I do normally oversee all the programs. So the programs includes homework clubs. We got like 6 homework clubs, which was initially established in 2006 from 2 homework clubs. Now in between, like we got 8 homework clubs and now back to 6 homework clubs. When the COVID hit in March, we did like all homework club gone online, and then again back to face-to-face. Now both face-to-face and online homework clubs are in operations. So main aim of homework club is to connect, support them to gain independence, like bridge the gap, because once they come in here, they are in different environment. It is hard for them to understand the Australian system. It is like really difficult for them to know like what to do and what not to do. And also like in here, like they have to do research and they have to put everything as per the requirements. So just to bridge the gap, our trained volunteers and facilitators normally help them to bridge the gap, and also just to transition to the new school. Back in their country, like they might have completed like around year 5 or 6, and they have to be in year 10 or 11 here. There's a big gap in between. So just to bridge that gap, just to cover those gaps, so our volunteers are really trying to support them to get into like in English, practice English, writing, speaking, like all numeracy and literacy. These things will be covered. Not only that much, they help to write resume, finding jobs, like mainly connecting to other services. Like we normally connect them to like different services to like support them for resume writings, and also like if they got any issues, we do identify and then refer them to different service providers. So we got like drop-in hangout program, so which is like mainly socializing young clients, mainly socializing. In that program, normally like our young people, they come in, they do like we do connect them to the different services from there. We do link them to like other mentors, other friends and family members, so that they feel like they are connected. Mostly our young clients, like they want to learn new skills, so which we help them to like gain new skills, build independence, and also like new connections, making friends, things like that. So we do normally cover like wide range of activities in the hangout program. So we got like very trained volunteers, facilitators who normally run the program. So pretty much like sometime one-to-one, sometime in a group. So we do facilitate them and support them to gain some sort of like new skills every time. We also got like digital literacy program, which is when the COVID hits in March, that was like we identified there is a big gap in the digital literacy, because our newly arrival clients really struggled to like really navigate the system. The digital literacy is something that is highly required in Australia, and we figure out like there is a need. So we started supporting like young people to access laptops. We distributed laptops. We support them with the digital literacy, link them to different services, and now many of our clients are like well independent, and they started using laptops independently, as well as like they're doing really good at school. So when we see first time they even don't know how to like safely shut down and also like turn on laptop, but now they started using independently. So our main aim to support our newly arrival client is to gain some confidence and also like gain some skills so that they can do something better in their life. So and also like we got other school holidays program. So these school holidays programs are like mainly during the school holidays time. So we organize a school holidays program as per the need of the client. Every school holidays are different, so we identify, we approach to our client group, and we do organize as per the need of the clients. So last school holidays we organized soccer tournament and also like digital literacy, because there is a big demand for the digital literacy. So we did this one. So another school holiday is going to be coming up with completely different. So we will be doing like 3 days camp where like so many different topics will be included, and then they will walk away home with some knowledge around like their safety, their personal safety, family safety, to be a leader in the community, cyber security, self-defense. This kind of things will be included in the workshop. So these school holidays are like every time is different. Like we normally do indoor as well as outdoor. So but mainly based on the client's need. So we do organize like school holidays program just to reduce the isolation. Also like create networking and also link them to different services. Also like mainly to upskill them, like to gain some new skills in their life. Like just if we organize like 1 or 2 sessions in school holidays time, that really help them a lot to gain some confidence in their life. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Imogen. I work at ARA as a project officer in a project called Communities for Change, which is a domestic and family violence prevention project, working with community leaders from different refugee and migrant communities to address the topic within their own community contexts. Before I say any more about the project, I'll define what domestic and family violence is, as it can be a new term for some people. In Australia, domestic violence refers to violence, abuse and intimidation between people who are currently or have previously been in an intimate relationship. But sometimes we talk about family violence, which is a broader term that can refer to violence between family members that can include current or former partners, as well as between a parent and child, siblings, etc. Domestic and family violence is very common across the world. Worldwide, 1 in 3 women have either experienced physical or sexual violence in their lifetime. It is also very common in Australia, where 1 in 5 Australian women have experienced sexual violence since the age of 15. We know that domestic violence occurs all across the world. It happens across socioeconomic groups, ethnicities and ages. But statistics do show that women are more likely to experience domestic violence than men. And why ARA is interested in running this project and doing this work is because we understand that the stresses of the migrant and refugee experience can contribute to domestic and family violence occurring in migrant communities. We know that there are new gender roles to adapt to in the new country. Sometimes immigration status can create dependence on partners. We also know that there are differing paces of adapting to culture between parents and their children. We also know that women from a migrant and refugee background may be less likely to seek support due to language barriers, fear of authorities, immigration status and fear of deportation, and a lack of knowledge of what services exist in Australia. So we decided to take a community-led approach because we also know that in new and emerging communities, community members are more likely to seek support from trusted family, friends, or community leaders. So over the past 3 years, we've worked with 30 different community educators from different migrant and refugee communities. We provide training to these leaders and provide them with the skills and knowledge about domestic and family violence so that they can identify it, they can refer their community members to appropriate services, and they know how to respond if someone discloses this to them. We support community educators to deliver sessions into their communities. These can look at a whole different range of ways. Sometimes we have information sessions, other times we have conversation groups, parenting groups, and many other options. We can shape sessions based on what communities think will be the best option in their particular context. So we are really keen to continue recruiting community educators from different backgrounds, and if this is something you are interested in, you're welcome to contact ARA and they will pass on your details to me. We are hoping to build more and more of a network around preventing domestic and family violence from occurring, because we believe everyone has the right to live safely in Australia, and that women and children and men all deserve to seek support if this is occurring. So thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Brian. I'm the Community Programs Coordinator with ARA. One of the programs that ARA runs is the Social Support Program, which matches local volunteers with people who have arrived to Australia as refugees to help them settle in well. The volunteers help their new friends in a number of different ways by helping them to practice speaking English, learning about Australian culture and customs, getting more connected into the local services and the community, and just having a friend. Being invited to someone else's house is a great thing if you're a new arrival, and really helps them to feel settled and welcome. Of course, it's a win-win situation, because for the volunteer as well, they also get to learn about someone from a different culture and to make a new friend themselves. Volunteering is, of course, a great way for people to be able to engage, to learn more about life in Australia, and to make them feel like that they're making a purposeful contribution. So we help people to access meaningful volunteer opportunities and run some workshops, including one that's called How Volunteering Can Help You Find a Job. But of course, volunteering is much more than that. It is, as I said, about that idea about a sense of belonging and connection, and the ability to make new friends through that experience. Some of the other things that we do as well is to work with leaders and people from different cultural groups. We can help them by training them about how to run committee meetings, but also about guest speakers, and some of those can be around health issues, and that's one of the things that they can learn about, a whole range of health issues through that. I also have the privilege to be able to work with a range of, or 3 in particular, amazing women that run cultural support groups for women from Afghan, Bhutanese and Syrian backgrounds. The last thing I'd like to talk about is our amazing Settlement Action Network meetings that we have, which brings together a whole range of people from government, from non-government organisations, from community leaders, researchers and interested individuals, just to help people to collaborate and learn from each other, and how we can really make a difference in the lives of new arrivals. So if you're interested in any of these programs, please give me a call. I'd love to talk with you. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Mohsen Abdelmessi. I'm a social worker from Australian Refugee Association. At the moment, my position is a community education coordinator. I'm working in different projects, but one of my important projects I'm working on at the moment, I'm working in a project called Zamala. Zamala is an Arabic word. It's mean or reflect on fellowship and friendship. This project is about engaging with people over 50 years of age to connect them with the wider community and encouraging them to participate in different activities. We choose the Zamala project to focus on working with people over 50 years of age. And the reason we choose to do this project, because through our work with our groups, we find out that people over 50 years of age, normally they are the most vulnerable people to disengage from participation within the wider community. And this is due to many reasons and many factors. But the big reasons is maybe the lack of English to encourage them to participate with other people, and also our studies and our statistics shows that many of them, they have had mental health issues due to spend sometimes in refugee camp or being in different place or displaced from their own home country. Also, many of them, they witness the war experience. They go through the war experience, and also this is impacted on their mental health severely. The other thing in regarding lack of this group to engage with the community is lacking of the connections, because many of them, they coming with their own families, but because the families is engaged with different activities, and these people left behind to find their own ways to engage. So our focus is to encourage these people to come out and to engage with other community members, and also to engage with the wider community as a whole. Our goals is to improve their self-esteem, and this is one of our goals, and also to improve maybe their skills about getting access to different health services and also different social services. The project it's expanded for another 6 months due to the COVID-19's circumstances. So we are expecting to continue this project next year. At the moment, we are working with different communities. We are working with African communities, we are working with Middle Eastern communities, and also we are working with Asian communities. We are very happy to receive any referrals for the project. There is no visa restriction for this project. It's open for everyone. Anyone over 50 years of age can get access to the project. We are very happy to work with the community leaders too, because our main focus is to get engaged as much possible with different communities, and we find out that working with the community leaders, one of the effective ways to get access to the community. So I'm very happy to work on this project. I'm very exciting. We have had many activities last couple of months, and we look forward to continue this project. Thank you, and have a good day.
Hello everyone, my name's Claudine Spinner and I'm from the City of Salisbury and I'm here to talk to you today about our libraries and community centres. So as you may know, we've got the Salisbury Community Hub, which is just near the Parabanks Shopping Centre. And inside that hub we have got a great library that you must come in and visit. It's on the ground floor and the first floor, and on that space we also have public computers that you can use and hire. Very easy. Just become a member. If you go and talk to one of our friendly staff who will greet you at the door, they'll show you how to do that and walk you through. We also have some really great book collections there. You can borrow up to 100 books at a time if you like, if you're that big a reader. You can also borrow things like DVDs or PlayStation games if you've got children that may be interested in those sorts of things. But we also have other digital online products. So things like Freegal, which is a free music platform, a bit like Spotify, but it's a free service offered through the library. We also have things for children like Storybox Library, which is famous Australian actors and actresses reading books, children's books, and in an animated way with music, which kids seem to love. So that is a really great opportunity there. We also have a streaming product called Canopy, which is a free movie streaming. It's a bit like Netflix, but you don't have to pay for it, all with your library card. So come on in and sign up and be a member. Also at the Salisbury Community Hub, we have some really great spaces for you to sit down, meet a friend. There's a cafe there, so you can have a coffee or a cold drink, even have a cake or a sandwich, anything that you like there. And there's some lovely furniture around, comfortable furniture, where you can sit for a few hours and catch up with friends. If you have children, or if children are watching this now, or students, there's lots of really quiet study spaces up on the first floor, which are really quite amazing. Great furniture, great high-tech, great speeds in Wi-Fi, all really support that youth study, and also perhaps people who are starting up their own small businesses that need a quiet space and some high-speed Wi-Fi and tech infrastructure to be able to support that. We also have lots of little community space rooms where you can walk up and you can book them, all for free. We have other bigger rooms that there is a small charge to that, but you can talk that through with our facilities coordinator. So that's the Salisbury Community Hub. We have 5 library sites spread across the city of Salisbury, and there's one very, very close to you, and they're all close to transport routes. So you can hop on a bus and go to the library. They are open after hours as well on some nights. If you have a look at our website, the City of Salisbury website, you can see the opening hours of your local library, and also some more information about what you can access, so the items you can borrow, how you can access our catalogue, because you can do that from home. You can actually put books on hold, and so we can have them ready for you when you come in. But all of our libraries are really welcoming spaces for the whole community, and that's really important to us. So we also have community centres. Across all of Salisbury we have 6 centres that are spread out, like Morella, Paraka Farm, Burton Community Centre out in the north, etc. And they are really great welcoming sites that run a lot of community-based programs. Things like English as a second language, skills that help build employment capacity, I guess, in terms of, might be how to use a computer, how to write your resume, how to look for jobs, or look at the online databases for jobs like Seek or things like that. So they're great programs. They're all rather free, or they're like a dollar coin donation, gold coin donation. So please take a look at them. Probably the easiest thing, if you're wanting to find out about the programs and services, is go online, look at our website, but we also produce what's called a term guide. And the term guide is available at all of our community centres and all of our libraries, and it shows you every program that's being run in the City of Salisbury by Council. It talks about where you can find out more information, if there's a cost, and a little bit about what it's about. So come along down to all of our libraries and community centres and enjoy the spaces. They're there for our community, and we would love to meet you. Thanks for having me today.
في منظمة آرا نحن نهتم جدا بصحتكم، لذلك ننصح بشدة لارتداء الكمامة لخفض نسبة الإصابة بمرض الكورونا فيروس. الكمامة تكون وسيلة فعالة إذا تم ارتدائها بطريقة صحيحة. عليك أن تتذكر أن تغسل يديك أو تعقمهم قبل وبعد ارتداء الكمامة. الكمامة لابد أن تغطي الأنف والفم والذقن. عليك أن تتذكر أن لا تلمس الجزء الأمامي من الكمامة أثناء ارتدائها. عليك بتغيير الكمامة في حالة أنها أصبحت مبتلة عليك التخلص من الكمامة بعد استخدامها المرة واحدة. عليك إزالة الكمامة مع الأخذ في الاعتبار عدم لمس الجزء الأمامي من الكمامة. ضع الكمامة المستعملة في حقيبة بلاستيكية، اربطها وضعها في صندوق القمامة المحكم المزود بكيس للقمامة. التباعد الاجتماعي مهم جدا. عليك المحافظة على مسافة بينك وبين الشخص الآخر 1.5 متر على الأقل. تنتشر الكورونا عن طريق الجزيئات الدقيقة المعلقة في الهواء. إذا كنت بالقرب من شخص مصاب فعن طريق الكلام أو الكحة أو العطس فأنت معرض للإصابة بالفيروس. ارتداء الكمامة بطريقة صحيحة، الابتعاد بمسافة آمنة عن الأشخاص الآخرين يضمن سلامتك من الإصابة بالمرض خصوصا في المناطق العامة. عليك أن تتذكر أن تغسل يديك باستمرار على الأقل لمدة 20 ثانية. إذا لم تستطع غسل يديك فعلى الأقل استخدام مطهر اليدين الذي يحتوي على 60% الكحول. عليك بمسح أي أسطح قد تكون لقد لمستها بمسحوق التنظيف المنزلي أو أي مطهر. إذا كان لديك أي أعراض للرشح أو الزكام مثل الحمى، الرعشة، احتقان الزور، أعراض الرشح من الأنف، صعوبة التنفس أو فقدان حاسة الشم أو التذوق، عليك مراجعة الطبيب على الفور وعمل التحليل. نحن نأمل أن تستفيدوا من هذه المعلومات برجاء المحافظة على سلامتكم. إذا كان لديكم أي أسئلة برجاء الاتصال على منظمة ARA 0883542951.
مرحبا حضورنا الكريم، أهلا وسهلا بكم اليوم في لقائنا للحديث عن بدايات. معكم المهندسة المعمارية هناء جمعة، استشارية وباحثة في علم طاقة المكان. محدثكم اليوم أنا وزوجي الدكتور ياسين
الزبيدي، دكتوراه في الكمبيوتر وخبير في تغيير طاقة الإنسان نحو الأفضل.
دكتور، احنا لنا تجربتنا الخاصة ونحب أن نشاركها مع أخواتنا المستمعات اللي حاضرات معنا اليوم في هذا اللقاء. التغيير، كيف يمكن أن يكون الإنسان مستعد للتغيير بمناسبة أنه جلستنا اليوم تتحدث عن بدايات جديدة؟
التغيير هو سنة كونية، واحدة من السنن الكونية. لا يوجد شيء ثابت دائما نحن هناك في تغير مستمر. علينا دائما أن نكون مستعدين من الداخل لفكرة التغيير والتأقلم مع ما سيأتي لاحقا. البداية دائما تكون من الداخل، عندما يكون لدي استعداد لأن أتقبل ما الذي سيحدث وما ممكن أن أتعامل معه بإيجابية، وكيف يمكن أن أحول الظرف الصعب أو الأمور الصعبة إلى بدايات جديدة وصحيحة.
إذن أنه البداية هي أمر كوني، دائما نحن في بدايات جديدة. كيف يمكننا أن نتعامل مع هذه البدايات الجديدة على أنها أمر إيجابي ونخلق به روح المغامرة ونحب هذا التغيير بدل أن نجعله أمر مأساوي نتباكى عليه ونتشكى منه؟
مرينا خلال حياتنا في العراق بتحديات كبيرة جدا، من ضمنها حروب منذ البداية. يعني من كنت أنا في الصف الثاني الابتدائي مرينا بالحرب الأولى، وهكذا خلال مسيرة حياتنا كل حرب أخذت منا الكثير وغيرت فينا الكثير. يبقى الجانب الإيجابي، كيف يمكن أن ننظر إلى المحنة أو الصعوبة اللي احنا نمر بها على أنه فرصة لبداية جديدة. أذكر أنه أنا كنت أخذت منا الكثير في الصف الثاني عشر، المرحلة التي تسبق الدخول إلى الجامعة. كيف يمكن هذه سنة مهمة جدا لكل الطلاب، أو الصعوبة هي عبارة عن بداية مرحلة جديدة. الطالب ينتقل منها من المرحلة الإعدادية إلى المرحلة الجامعية. نسميها في العراق مرحلة تحديد المصير، لأن الإنسان بالاعتماد على درجاته في تلك السنة سوف يحدد مصيره فيما بعد أو حياته كلها. إذا أخذ معدل عالي راح يروح إلى كلية جيدة، إذا أخذ معدل بسيط ممكن يكون في مكان غير ملائم بالنسبة له.
نعم، إذا كانت يعني مرحلة مهمة جدا في حياتك يعتمد عليها مصيرك أو مستقبلك في الأيام القادمة. ما الذي تعرضت له في هذه المرحلة؟
الحقيقة أنا وكل الموجودين كانوا في تلك الفترة كانت هناك حرب، أو كانت على أبواب حرب. بداية السنة الدراسية كنا على أبواب حرب، ولهذا كانت النفوس متعبة، الناس، الهيئة التدريسية، الطلاب في ذلك الوقت. هناك تهديد حقيقي بأن الإنسان نهاية الإنسان أو الموت. فما كانت هناك رغبة حقيقية أن الناس تدرس أو تتعلم. الكثيرين تركوا دراستهم، وفعلا حدثت الحرب في منتصف العام الدراسي. مجرد أن بدأت الحرب وحدثت، الكهرباء طبعا انقطعت، الماء، مياه الشرب انقطعت. الكهرباء أتذكر أنه استمر انقطاعها لمدة 3 أشهر دون أن تكون هناك، يعني لا توجد، لم نعرف شيء اسمه الكهرباء. في هذه المرحلة، في هذه الناس بدأت تفكر في مسألة الحياة والموت، ولكن دائما كنت أفكر في نقطة أساسية: عندما تأتي المشاكل يجب أن نفكر أن هناك جانب آخر. دائما عندما أفكر أنه عندما تأتي المشكلة تأتي معها في ذلك الوقت تأتي فرصة لبداية جديدة. كنت أسأل نفسي هذا السؤال: نحن الآن في هذه المرحلة قد نموت أو قد نعيش، الله أعلم، ولكن ما هي الفرصة التي ممكن أن نغتنمها في تلك الفترة؟ فكرت أنه أستغل ذلك الوقت في الدراسة.
وهذا سؤالي دكتور، كيف وظفت هذه الأزمة لصالحك؟
في حين معظم الطلاب كانوا منشغلين بهذه المسألة، مسألة الحياة أو الموت، أنا فكرت أنه خليني أخذها فرصة كبداية جديدة، خليني أركز على مواد الدراسية. فبينما الناس كانوا منشغلين في أمور أخرى، أنا ركزت كل اهتمامي على الدراسة. كنت أقرأ ليل نهار، وضمن الظروف الصعبة ممكن قلت في وقت ما أنه تعاد الدراسة وأكون أنا مستعد، وهذا ما حدث فعلا.
الناس كلها شغلت على الدراسة باعتبار أنه الحياة توقفت، ولكن أنت فكرت أنه لا، هذا الوقت أني خليني أدرس به أكثر وأستعد، لأن ممكن في أي لحظة تعود الحياة من جديد، وراح أحتاج هاي الخبرات وأحتاج هذا الوقت اللي أنا راح أدرس به. فكانت النتيجة،
وهذا ما حدث فعلا. يعني في نهاية العام الدراسي هناك قرار أنه يعاد الطلبة إلى مقاعدهم، والامتحانات الوزارية كانت قائمة. فمعظم الطلاب كانوا منصدمين، مذهولين كيف يرجعون الطلاب إلى حياتهم الطبيعية. في ذلك الوقت أنا كنت مستعد لهذا الأمر. فلما نفكر بهذا الأسلوب، أنه عندما تأتي المحنة يأتي معها الفرصة للبداية الجديدة، تكون الأمور غير. والحمد لله حصلت على معدل عالي مكنني أن أدخل إلى الكلية التي كنت أرغب في الدخول إليها.
إذا نحن دائما نسخر كل الأزمات بنحاولنا لصالحنا. يعني هاي نقطة جيدة جدا لبدء عملية التغيير، أن يكون عندنا وعي لهذه الأزمة، وأنه نعرف أنه قانون التغيير قانون أزلي، فأعتمد عليه في أنه أستفاد من هذه الظروف اللي أنا على مر بيها. يمكن أنا كنت في نفس الظروف الحياتية عندما كانت الأزمة موجودة بالعراق هذه السنوات. يمكن أنا الفترة اللي استغليتها فعلا في قطاع الكهرباء، مثلا ماكو متابعة للتلفزيون، أنا بديت أحسن مهاراتي في أمور أخرى. أنا أتذكر تعلمت شلون أنسج.
هو هذا المبدأ الصحيح، أنه إحنا لما تجينا فترات معينة ممكن أنه نقف منتظرين،
نعم.
ولكن ممكن أن نستفيد منها إيجابيا، أنه نطور من مهاراتنا. اليوم له قيمة، أو
نعم.
الوقت له قيمة. نستطيع أنه إما نطور مهاراتنا العقلية أو مهاراتنا اليدوية. في أي مهارة ممكن نأتي في يوم من الأيام ونستفيد من هذه المهارة.
فعلا أنا يعني تعلمت أنسج، بدليل أنه أنا من رحت الكلية يمكن ملابسي كلها أنا نسجتها بإيدي. يعني بدل ما كان وقت ضائع للحسرة والتألم، أصبح بالنسبة لي وقت منتج استفدت منه. هذه الحالة لمن أنا أشغل ذهني في تعلم مهارة معينة، أو في قراءة كتاب، أو مثلا حتى في زراعة الأرض، في أنه أسخر قواي البدنية في فعل أي شيء، أشغل ذهني عن الإحساس بالأزمة والتباكي على المأساة.
لأنه فعلا ميكانيزم العقل البشري إذا لم يشغل بأمر مفيد سيشغل بالوساوس، بالأمور النيجاتيف. ولهذا يجب أنه دائما نشغل عقلنا ووقتنا بأمور مفيدة، لأنها ستبعدنا عن التفكير السلبي الذي لا يؤدي إلا إلى الإحباط وإلى أنه ما نحب الحياة أو نتقدم في الحياة.
إذا نحن نوجه من لقائنا هذا لأخواتنا المستمعات الكريمات أنه أول نقطة حتى أقدر أتغير وأتقبل التغيير وأبدي بداية جديدة صح، أنه أستغل وقتي في اكتساب مهارة أضيفها إلى مهاراتي كي أستطيع أن أواجه الحياة الجديدة.
بالتأكيد نستطيع أنه دائما نطور أنفسنا في هذا المجال، نستطيع أنه نوظف الوقت توظيف جيد بحيث أنه هذه المهارة ممكن أنه تدر علي ربح مالي فيما بعد في المستقبل، بحيث أنه أستطيع أن أستفيد من عندها وأتعامل معها بشكل صحيح.
نعم. زين دكتور، احنا تعرفنا على بعض في العراق وارتبطنا، وكانت خلينا نقول ظروف طيبة مواتية، كانت ظروف العراق شوي أصبحت أفضل، كان لي عمل مستقل، يعني مهندسة معمارية، زوجي دكتور IT كان له مكتب مستقل. بعدها هبت علينا عاصفة أخرى، من جديد دخل العراق في مضمار حرب أخرى، ودخلنا الحرب ال30 دولة. اضطرينا في تلك الفترة أنه فعلا نغادر العراق اللي هو مكان أمان، رزقنا، عوائلنا، صار عندنا طفل صغير، اضطرينا أن نسافر ونستقر في مكان جديد.
ومع كل انتقال جديد تبدأ تحديات جديدة. يعني التحدي الكبير اللي واجهناه في أول انتقالنا إلى أن هناك ثقافة جديدة ما كنا نعرفها من قبل. الثقافة الأساسية إحنا كنا نتعامل مع المجتمع العراقي ونعرف كل تفاصيل المجتمع العراقي.
مجتمع مغلق وصغير.
نعم، والمفردات، المقابل يفهمني بسهولة وأستطيع أن أفهم المقابل
نعم.
بسهولة. لكن لما انتقلنا هذه الانتقال أو سافرنا، جينا إلى بلد في حوالي 208 جنسية مختلفة.
نعم.
إذن أصبحت المعطيات متغيرة، لم يعد الأشياء اللي أنا كنت أفكر فيها في السابق يستطيع المقابل أن يفهمها. وأهم تحدي بدأ يظهر أو يلوح في الأفق هو حاجز اللغة، لأنه إحنا كنا متعودين على أنه كلنا نتحدث لهجة واحدة، لغة واحدة.
نعم.
في العراق، لكن الأمر أصبح الآن متغير. الآن أصبحت هناك لغة عامة مشتركة، اللغة الإنجليزية. نحن في الدراسة كنا نركز على المصطلحات الدراسية في اللغة الإنجليزية، لكن الآن أصبح التركيز حياتيا على الموضوع. كيف يمكن أنه إحنا نتحاور مع الآخرين مع هذه الجنسيات المختلفة؟ وبدأنا مرحلة خلينا نقول بداية جديدة، هي محنة وبداية في نفس الوقت، أنه كيف أتعامل مع هذا المجتمع المتعدد الجنسيات، كيف أستطيع أن أكون فرد ناجح ضمن هذا الفرد، أفيد نفسي وأستطيع أن أفيد الآخرين.
بالضبط دكتور، مثل ما قلت حضرتك أنه إحنا جينا من مجتمع منغلق، العم، الخال، الأخ، الأخت، إلى مجتمع كبير يحوي كذا جنسية وثقافات مختلفة، من خلينا نقول التعلم الراقي إلى ثقافات بسيطة، ناس أدنى منا ثقافة. يعني صار عندنا محاور التعامل على كل الأصعدة، أكو ثقافات أعلى مني وأكو ثقافات أقل مني، فأنا حتى أتفاهم معاهم لازم أرفع مستواي في حين، ولازم أخفض من مستواي في حين آخر. أسلوب الاندماج بالثقافات الجديدة من أين يبدأ معنا دكتور؟
أولا يعني الحاجز الأساسي الذي ممكن أن ينشأ نتيجة الثقافات الجديدة أنني قد لا أتقبل الطرف الآخر أنه هو مختلف عني.
نعم.
نحن أساسا ولدنا مختلفين. صحيح عندما نسكن بلد معين محدد تنشأ هناك ثقافة معينة، لكن عندما أنتقل إلى بلد آخر جديد الثقافات تختلف تماما. فقد يواجهني وواجهنا فعلا.
نعم.
المشكلة الأولية هو حاجز اللغة، فحتى نتغير في البداية كان هناك تحدي، لكن كيف ممكن أن نتعامل مع هذا التحدي؟ أصبحنا نضيف مفردات جديدة من لغة الحياة اليومية. نعم. إلى القاموس. من الممكن الإنسان أن يحتفظ بدفتر يجمع فيه هذه المفردات. إذا في كل يوم استطاع الإنسان أو استطاعت السيدة أنه تحفظ مفردة جديدة، أصبحت جزء من حياتها، فاهم لتركيبة المجتمع الجديد. إذن في البداية نفكر في التغيير من الداخل، أنه أنا أتقبل هذا المجتمع الجديد لأنه ليس ما تعلمته في المجتمع الذي كنت ساكن فيه هذا الخطأ وهذا صواب. لا، اكتشفت أنه هناك أمور أخرى الناس يفكرون بطريقة أخرى تختلف عن طريقة تفكيري.
إذا دكتور نقول أول نقطة هي تقبل الطرف الآخر.
بالتأكيد نتقبل الطرف الآخر
والانفتاح على الثقافات الأخرى. كي ننفتح على الثقافات الأخرى إذا لازم يكون عندنا لغة حوار مشتركة معهم.
بالضبط، علينا أن نذيب هذا الجبل الجليدي اللي موجود بيننا
ونصيحتك لنا دكتور في أن نكون رصيد من المفردات الجديدة، مفردات حياتية مشتركة، ونجمعها ونكتبها في دفتر حتى تكون محفوظة عندنا ونقدر نستخدمها عندما نريد التواصل. زين، تقنية أخرى تضيف لنا هي دكتور؟
أنه نحاول أن نكون صداقات مع البيئة التي نحن فيها. يعني لا ننكمش أو ننغلق فقط لأنه أنا جئت من العراق سوف يكون أصدقائي فقط من العراق. لا بأس أن تكون هناك صداقات، وفعلا كوننا صداقات مع أشخاص من جنسيات أخرى، فيتناميين، هنود، أي جنسية أخرى. هذه الجنسيات الأخرى علمتنا نوع جديد من الثقافة، وفي نفس الوقت صقلنا قابليتنا في اللغة. فلما كونا هذا الأمر أصبح اندماجنا سهل في المجتمع. احنا حبيناهم وفي المقابل هم حبونا، واستطعنا أن نمضي خطوة نحو الأمام باتجاه التغيير الإيجابي وباتجاه البداية الصحيحة في المجتمع.
نعم دكتور، احنا نعرف يعني من باب أنه أنا مهندسة في طاقة المكان أنه الزرعة أو الغرسة عندما ننقلها من مكان إلى مكان آخر في البداية ما راح تنمو بشكل صحي. أول شيء تبحث عنه النبتة هو الأرض الجيدة حتى تغرز جذورها. فإحنا مثل هذه النبتة، أول شيء نبحث عنه بالانتقال الجديد هو أن نستقر في مكان طيب. فأنا أنصح جمهورنا المستمع أبحث عن التربة الطيبة اللي أقدر أستقر بيها. حتى نقدر نستقر نرجع نفكر بالاستقلال المادي.
إذن أول هذه النقاط حتى احنا نفكر في عملية التغيير، والتغيير يكون إيجابي، أنه نفكر أنه نقوي استقلالنا المادي. فالإنسان ممكن أن يقوي استقلاله المادي بعدة وسائل. إذا ممكن بعض الناس يمتلكون شهادات، البعض يمتلك حرف، فكيف ممكن أنه نوظف هذا الأمر؟
طبعا أنا أحكي لكم من تجربتي الخاصة أنه أنا انتقلت من مكان كنت مستقرة به ماديا، مستقرة عاطفيا، عندي أهل يسندوني، فجأة شفت نفسي في مكان جديد، الثقافة مختلفة مثل ما قلنا، اللغة مختلفة، قدراتي وقابلياتي في العمل اختلفت. زين، هل أني أقف مستكينة أنتظر أنه أرجع إلى مكان اللي جيت منه أو أكون مسحوقة في المكان الجديد؟ طبعا لا هذا يفيد ولا هذا يفيد. أنا لازم أكون جزء من المكان الجديد، ولازم أبدأ ولازم أحسن حتى أقدر أعيش بهذا المكان واعتبره الملاذ الآمن إلي. فأول شيء نفكر بيه قلنا الاستقلال المادي، لأن هو اللي يمنح المرأة، وخصوصا المرأة، يمكن الرجل أقل تحديات يواجه في المكان الجديد اللي ينتقل له. المرأة باعتبارها هي الركن الرئيس في العائلة، عادة ما يلجؤون إليها الآباء، يلجؤون إليها أبنائها، فهي أي تلجأ لما تكون من الداخل محبطة لازم تلجأ إلى ذاتها، لازم تقوي نفسها. شلون تقوي نفسها؟ قلنا الاستقلال المادي أولا.
ماذا لو أنه البعض لا يحمل الشهادة؟ كيف ممكن أنه يطور الإنسان إذا لم تتح له فرصة التعلم؟
طبعا أنت تبحثين في داخلك وتبحثين ماذا لديك لكي توفري استقلال مادي لك ولعائلتك. أولا قلنا الشهادة، ما أكو شهادة، أبحث عن الحرفة. عندي حرف أني أقدر أجيدها في هذا المكان الجديد وممكن أقدر علي مدخول. ما عندي حرفة، أبحث عن المهارات. أي مهارة أنا كنت ذاكرتها من قبل أو أجد نفسي عندي قابلية على التعلم إليها ألجأ إليها دون أي تمهل. هذه القابلية أو هذه المهارة أقدر أطورها، أنتمي لأي مكان يعلمني ويضيف لي إلى هاي المهارة. أبحث عن من يساندني في هذا المجتمع الجديد والمكان الجديد ويقدم لي سبورت ومساندة حتى أطور هذه المهارة.
يعني حاليا عالميا أصبح البحث عن المهارة أكثر من البحث عن الشهادة.
أكيد.
عالميا في كل دول العالم. فالإنسان الذي لم تتح له فرصة التعلم هذا لا يعني نهاية المطاف، بل بالعكس ممكن أن يستثمر وقته ويستثمر جهده في أن يتعلم مهارة جديدة. هذه المهارة متاحة في كل أرجاء العالم. هناك معاهد تدرس هذه المهارات، ممكن أن يدخل كورس لمدة بضعة أشهر يتحول من إنسان عادي إلى إنسان ماهر وحرفي في الاتجاه اللي هو
صحيح
يستطيع
دكتور.
أن يقوم
أصلا
به.
المجتمعات الحديثة كلها صارت بحاجة إلى الناس من أصحاب الحرف والمهارات، لأن ما ممكن أن يعيش مجتمع بحملة الشهادات فقط. لازم المجتمع بكل طوائفه وبكل خبراته ومهاراته يتعايشون مع بعض. فشفنا أنه أصحاب الحرف هم أيضا مطلوبين في المجتمعات الجديدة، لأن بهم تقوم الحياة والأساس الاقتصادي لذلك المجتمع. قلنا بعد الاستقلال المادي راح تحصل المرأة على الاستقلال العاطفي. الاستقلال العاطفي أي ما تبقى تبعية على الزوج أو على الأخ.
نعم، أحيانا لأنه المرأة تبقى مع الزوج لأنه هي محتاجة له ماليا، لأنها غير مستقرة.
نعم.
غير مستقلة ماليا.
نعم.
لكن ولهذا حتى مشاعرها لا تكون واضحة بشكل
وغير صحية.
كبير وغير صحية. متى تكون المرأة صحية؟ عندما تستقل ماليا.
نعم.
عن الزوج،
فتكون خياراتها وقراراتها ومشاعرها ملكها بصورة بحتة، وتوجهها التوجيه الإيجابي الصحيح. تحب هذا الرجل، تعيش معه لأنها عندها استقلالها المادي، فعندها استقلالها العاطفي.
تعيش معه لأنها تحبه.
لأنها تحبه،
لا لأنها محتاجة إلى
وليس لأنها
دعمها.
تبعية له وتحاول أن تكسب رضاه حتى تبقى تعيش آمنة اقتصاديا. هنا راح نشوف العلاقة الزوجية تكون ناجحة جدا، وعادة هذا ما يحدث في المجتمعات الحديثة. العلاقة بين الزوج والزوجة 1 to 1، يعني الند والكفؤ، فتكون العلاقة عاطفية صحيا. كذلك خلينا نقول بعد الاستقلال العاطفي والاستقلال المادي يجي الاستقلال الثقافي. أنا صاحبة فكرة، أنا ما أتنازل أو أضطر أنه أتبنى فكرة الطرف الثاني لأن هو مسؤول عني ماديا. لا، أنا أتناقش معه وأتقبل فكرته ونتعايش الاختلاف بين الطرفين، ولكن أنا ما أكبت في داخلي مشاعري وأفكاري لأن أنا تبع لهذا الرجل أو تبع لهذه الجهة لأنها مسؤولة عني ماديا. هنا أنا راح أتصرف بكل إنسانيتي، ما كان يملى علي راح أنا أتصرف به بمحض الإرادة الحرة، لأن أنا أصبحت مسؤولة عن نفسي وأصبحت إنسانة جديدة. كل هذا منحنا هو البداية الجديدة.
نعم، البداية الجديدة من ضمن الأمور المهمة التي يجب أن نعرفها عن البدايات الجديدة. عندما ننتقل من جهة إلى جهة ومن تجربة إلى تجربة، هناك موضوع الذكريات المؤلمة. نحن نحمل في داخلنا العديد من الذكريات المؤلمة التي يجب أن نتعامل معها بأسلوب إيجابي وبأسلوب صحي كي نستطيع أن نمضي قدما.
نعم، ما رأيك دكتور في أنه ناس تحاول أنه تغير حياتها، تهاجر من مكان لمكان أو تسافر من مكان لمكان، ومع ذلك ومن الحمق أنه يحملون معاهم كل أمتعتهم أو يجيبون معاهم ذكرياتهم من الأمتعة والأدوات والصور، خلينا نقول اللي جاية بنفس المشاعر في المكان الجديد، ويقولون إحنا ما قادرين نستقر بالمكان الجديد وما قادرين نتغير. شو نصايحك لهؤلاء الناس؟
يجب أن نقيم في البداية كل ما نأخذه معنا سواء أنه كانت ذكريات من الداخل
نعم.
أو هي أمتعة خارجية. بالنسبة للأمتعة، كل شيء ممكن أنه يحمل معي ذكرى سيئة يجب أن أوقفه، أستغني عنه، سأرتاح لأنني سأخلي المجال لذكرى إيجابية ستدخل إلي. إذا بقيت مرتبط في هذا الجزء سأبقى مرتبطا بالماضي، وأحيانا الماضي يمنعني من أن أعيش هذه اللحظة الحالية. فإذا هذه الذكريات وهذه الارتباطات يجب أن يعني نتخلص منها إن ربطتنا بأسلوب سلبي، سواء هذا الجانب المادي، وهناك أيضا الجانب المعنوي أو الذكريات المؤلمة اللي نحملها في داخلنا، يجب أن نتعامل معها بإيجابية كي نستطيع أن نمضي قدما نحو الأمام.
زين دكتور، مثل ما تفضلت، نحن عندنا في قوانين طاقة المكان أنه كل مكان في الذاكرة له مكان على الأرض، أو العكس صحيح، كل مكان على الأرض أو البيئة المحيطة بنا لها مكان في الذاكرة وفي داخلنا. نحن في أسلوب طاقة المكان نقول حتى ننظف المكان نغسله. في طاقة الإنسان كيف لنا أن نغسل الذاكرة؟
أول هذه النقاط، طبعا هناك ذكريات مؤلمة. بعض الذكريات المؤلمة قد يحدث فيها فقد، تفقد إنسان عزيز، تفقد دار، أو تفقد شيء مهم جدا في حياتك. الألم لا يمكن أن يشعر به إلا صاحبه، وأي عمليات تصبير أو تهدئة الإنسان تبدو
أو دفعه إلى الكبت
أو دفعه أنه يكبت. هذا الأمور ليست صحيحة. النقطة الأساسية في الموضوع أنه نتعايش. أولا نحزن أو نتعلم الحزن، لأنه أحزن في هذه المرحلة وأخرج ما موجود في داخلي، هذا أفضل من أنه أكابر وأكتم هذه المشاعر، لأنها ستبقى هناك وستؤدي إلى أساس هش من كيان الإنسان. الإنسان يحزن نعم، ولكن عليه أن ينظر بنظرة إيجابية لتلك الذكريات المؤلمة. أتذكر أحد الأحداث المؤلمة في حياتي هو فقداني لوالدي. هذه كانت من أكبر المصائب التي مرت بي. بكيت، شعرت بألم وحزن، وعشت في دور من الحزن العميق. لكن في نفس الوقت بديت أنظر إلى الموضوع من الاتجاه الآخر، أنه والدي أصبح في ضيافة الله سبحانه وتعالى، والله يحسن ضيافة من عنده. فبدأت نظرتي تختلف. هو الآن ليس في وضع سيء، إنما هو في ضيافة كريمة أفضل من ضمن هذه التحديات. عندما أستحضر هذه الذاكرة لا تعود مؤلمة، لأنني أعلم بأن الله سبحانه وتعالى يحسن ضيافة من يأتون إليه.
إذا من أفضل السبل لغسل الذاكرة هو أن تعيش لحظة الحزن وتفرغ فيما داخلك من الحزن.
نعم، الإنسان يبكي، يظهر حزنه. نحن لا نريد أن نغطي الأحزان، نحن نريد أن نتشافى من هذه الأحزان. يجب أن نعترف بالحزن وبالألم اللي نعيشه كي نستطيع فيما بعد أن ننظر نظرة إيجابية لهذا الحزن ونبدأ أن نمضي نحو الأمام.
إذن نحن نحزن ثم نغسل هذا الحزن بفكرة إيجابية جديدة كي نعيش اللحظة القادمة من حياتنا. زين، احنا قلنا في طاقة الإنسان نغسل الذاكرة، وفي طاقة المكان نغسل المكان وننظفه من من الأمتعة. يعني هاي نصيحة مني أنا خبيرة في طاقة المكان. خواتي المستمعات اللي سافرت أو هاجرت أو انتقلت من مكان لمكان، لا تجيب معاها أي شيء من الأمتعة أو الآثاث اللي لها ذكريات حزينة معاها. خلينا نبدي مثلا أنا أحكي عن نظافة البيت وطاقة المكان.
ماذا لو كان الإنسان يحمل صورة لشخص خلينا نقول خانه أو كانت تجربة سيئة معه؟ هل من الضروري أن يحتفظ هذا الإنسان بهذه الصورة؟
طبعا لا. أنا راح أحكي لهم عن نبدي بداية في طاقة غرفة النوم. خلينا نقول أول شيء الإنسان بعد ما حصل على الاستقلال الاقتصادي استقلال ثقافي، صار عندك استقلال مادي. نجي نقول أولوياتنا في الحياة شنو هي اللي لازم نحصلها حتى نستقر. أول شيء راح نفكر به طبعا هو المأكل أكيد، ولكن أنا بالنسبة لي كخبيرة في علم طاقة المكان أقول لا، المسكن لأن أنا راح أحافظ على عائلتي داخل هذا المكان. احنا عندنا حتى بالمثل الشعبي نقول البطن ما تتفتش، أنا أقدر أكل أي شيء، ولكن مكاني لازم أحصل على مكان أنا والشريك أو أنا مع نفسي ينقفل علي باب وعندي شباك. أبسط مقومات المكان للإنسان حتى يعيش مرتاح، أكو باب وأكو شباك.
هل من الممكن أنه إحنا نرتب طاقة المكان حتى ولو كنا عايشين في غرفة صغيرة؟
بالضبط دكتور، مثل ما أقول لك حتى نسميه مكان لازم يكون عندي باب يقفل علي، ولازم عندي شباك أتواصل به مع العالم الخارجي. أبسط مقومات طاقة المكان الصحية هي التهوية، أكو شمس وأكو هواء وأكو تواصل بصري مع الناس. أنا من أشوف أكو ناس برا حتى ولو كنت داخل المكان ما أشعر بالوحدة. ما أنصح أبدا أنه تسكنين مكان الشباك به مغلق أو ماكو تواصل بصري مع الآخرين اللي برا، لأن تواصلي معهم راح يسحبني من نفسي ويطلعني من ذكرياتي الحزينة ويخليني دائما أعيش في حالة تفاؤل. قلنا الهواء الطبيعي، الشمس الطبيعية، ضوء النهار الطبيعي لازم يدخلي بالمكان. حتى أشعر بالأمان والحماية لازم عندي باب أقدر أقفل على نفسي. أنا ما أسمح للمرأة بمجتمعنا تتنازل عن حقها في أن يكون عندها باب تقدر تغلقه من الداخل وتنام بأمان بالفضاء تبعها. بعدها طبعا مثل ما قلنا أنه مقومات البيت الصحي أو المكان الصحي ما له علاقة بالمستوى المادي. الغني والفقير من حقه أن يعيش في مكان صحي. المكان الصحي يعتمد علينا احنا من الداخل كيف نحب نعيش. من حقنا جميعا أن نعيش في مكان صحي. قلنا الشمس، قلنا الهواء، قلنا باب ينقفل، قلنا أكو تواصل بصري، نرجع نقول أكو إنارة جيدة داخل المكان، نرجع نقول التأثيث، أركز على التأثيث، لازم يكون الأثاث بسيط وقابل للتغيير. ما قلنا أنه يرتبط بالذاكرة مالتنا ونحن على أبواب بدايات جديدة دائما في حياتنا، أخف ما يمكن من الآثاث. بالنسبة إلى طاقة المكان نحكي مثلا بصورة رئيسية عن غرفة النوم، لأن كلتنا نملك غرفة نوم. قد لا نملك المرافق الأخرى من البيت، ولكن جميعنا يملك غرفة نوم، وغرفة النوم هذه مهمة جدا في حياتنا لأن نقضي بها معظم وقتنا. تقريبا دكتور 8 ساعات
هو يعني
احنا نقضي في غرفة النوم.
فضاء غرفة النوم يعني ممكن أن يكون حتى بمفهومه الصغير السرير الذي ننام فيه. أحيانا في بعض الأحيان الظروف قد لا تسمح بأن يكون هناك لدينا فضاء مستقل لغرفة النوم، ولكن حتى السرير البسيط ممكن أن نعتبره هذا فضاء أو المكان الذي نسترخي فيه. فما هي الأشياء البسيطة التي ممكن أن نقوم بها من أجل أن نحافظ على هذا الفضاء بحيث يعطينا طاقة جديدة ويشحننا بالطاقة؟
بالضبط، هو أي مكان أني أقف عليه بقدمي هذا يعتبر مكاني. هذا المكان حتى يكون صحي لازم يكون نظيف، لازم يكون بألوان مناسبة وهادئة. احنا بغرفة النوم أو في سرير النوم يفضل أن تكون الألوان قريبة من لون التربة، لون التربة ولون النباتات. يعني خلينا نقول اللون الترابي واللون الأخضر هما محببين للنفس البشرية، فأفضل أن تكون هذه الألوان موجودة داخل غرفة النوم. الوصول إلى السرير مالتي لازم يكون بدون معوقات. أحاول قدر الإمكان يكون طريقي باتجاه سرير النوم خالي ونظيف.
إذا إحنا الفكرة الأساسية أنه إحنا نبعد أي كركبة موجودة أو أي حاجات لا نستخدمها، أو كل ما كنا أخلينا المساحة أكثر كانت المساحة أوسع تكون الطاقة أفضل.
نعم،
يشعر الإنسان بشعور
بالضبط.
أفضل.
انتقال الطاقة، أو اللي ما يعرف في مفهوم الطاقة يعني نقول يكون مرتاح من الداخل. احنا نعرف أني مرة وأعرف النساء الأخريات، أني من يكون البيت نظيف وكل شيء قاعد بمكانه، أنا من الداخل أكون مرتاحة. عندما تجيني فكرة سيئة أو خلينا نقول أشعر بأفكار تضايقني، تشوفني دائما أقوم أتحرك، أقوم أحاول أنه أعيد ترتيب الأشياء بمكانها. هذا إيش يعني أنه الحركة بركة، وأنه كل شيء في داخلي له ارتباط بأشياء موجودة في الخارج، فأسعى إلى ترتيب السرير. الترتيب يعني دكتور كثير مهم داخل البيت.
يعني أحيانا إحنا ما نستطيع أن نرى إن كانت أفكارنا مرتبة أو لا، ولكن نستطيع أن نرى إن كانت الغرفة مرتبة.
بالضبط.
الغرفة المرتبة أو الفضاء مهما كان صغر حجمه إن كان مرتبا تدل على أفكار مرتبة نستطيع من خلالها أن نبدأ أن نتحرك، في حين لو كان الفضاء اللي أنا فيه صغير كان أم كبير،
نعم،
مكركب،
نعم.
بمعنى أنه أفكاري في الداخل هي أيضا مكركبة.
من الأشياء الأخرى اللي تضيف طاقة إيجابية أو تضيف بهجة للمكان أو تضيف راحة نفسية إلي، أنا أحبذ أن يكون المكان بنباتات. النباتات في علم طاقة المكان أو بأبسط أنواع المفاهيم، النباتات تدلنا على أنه المكان صحي أو لا. المكان اللي تنمو به النباتات هذا مكان إيجابي وصحي. إذا ما قدرت النبتة أن تعيش، فما ممكن هذا الإنسان راح يكون مرتاح بالتواجد في هذا المكان. فأحب أن يكون عندي نبتة صغيرة خاصة بي داخل المكان اللي أنا بيه. طبعا أنا أحبذ وجود الحيوانات الأليفة أيضا، اللي يقدر يجيب حيوان أليف يقدر يجيب حيوان أليف. ما تقدر تجيب بالمنزل حيوان أليف، يمكنك أن تتعاون وتتعامل مع الحيوانات الموجودة برا. الطيور، إذا أكو طيور محيطة بي أحاول أن أخلي لها فتاة الطعام على النافذة حتى تجي هاي الطيور جيدة إلى هذا المكان، تضفي طاقة إيجابية إلى المكان وتضفي راحة نفسية الداخلي. فهذه أشياء يقدر أي إنسان يقدر يخلي المكان بيها إيجابي. الألوان، ما أحب أكون الألوان قاتمة في المكان، خلي دائما ألوان مشرقة حتى أني أكون مرتاحة من الداخل. إذا كنت أقرأ وأكتب أحاول دائما أخلي أبسط أنواع الكتب قريبة متناول يدي حتى أشغل نفسي عن أي فكرة سلبية. مثلا إحنا رايحين إلى مكان جديد وثقافة جديدة، أحاول أن أخذ كتب بهذه اللغة الجديدة وبلغة مبسطة أخليها قريبة مني وأقرأها وأشغل نفسي في تعلم ثقافة هذا المكان الجديد اللي أنا موجودة به. ثقافة المكان هي جزء من طاقة المكان.
أنا عندما تحدثت عن الجذور ونقل التربة من مكان إلى مكان من خلال قراءتنا أو تعلمنا لبعض المفاهيم الموجودة في المحيط الذي نحن فيه، هذا وسيلة أخرى أو رؤية أخرى إلى أن احنا نمد جذورنا في هذا المكان ونصبح بشعور أو نشعر بأننا منتمين إلى هذا المكان. إذا وصلنا هذا الشعور أصبحنا نحن أقوى.
نعم.
ونستطيع أن ننتج، نكون نافعين لأنفسنا ونكون نافعين للمكان الذي نحن
من
فيه.
أغرس نبتة في مكان جديد أنطي رسالة إلى داخلي وأحاسيسي ومشاعري أنه أنا انتميت إلى هذا المكان الجديد. دكتور، أكو عنصر مهم أيضا نحب أن نذكره في طاقة المكان أو طاقة البيت، المرايا لها تأثير كبير في طاقة المكان. وحديث المرايا، يعني أنا أحب أن أحكي بكل وضوح وصراحة مع مستمعاتنا الكريمات. المرأة يمكن هي عندها وقت كبير تقضيه أمام المرآة. أي حوار مع المرايا أثناء فترة تغيير الملابس أو أثناء تنظيف البشرة، حاولي أن تغذي نفسك بأفكار إيجابية حلوة. دائما احكي ويا نفسك كلمات طيبة.
يعني عندما يطالع الإنسان نفسه في المرآة،
نعم،
عليه أن يختار كلمات جميلة.
بالضبط.
يختار عبارات إيجابية
يشجع نفسه.
هذه بالضبط يشجع نفسه، يساعد نفسه، لأن هذه انعكاسها عليه فيما بعد وتؤثر عليه بشكل مباشر.
أنا فارقت ناس أحبهم، فارقت ناس قريبين مني أعزاء علي، ما عدت تسمع كلمات التشجيع، ما عدت تسمع كلمات الحب. يمكن أنا أسمعها لنفسي وأني واقفة أمام المرآة. في هذا الوقت يكون عندي استعداد قوي أنه أتقبل المشاعر الإيجابية. ما حد يسمعك الكلمة الطيبة، سمعيها لنفسك. احرصي جدا على أن تواجهين نفسك مواجهة سليمة وبسيطة. الضحك على المرآة، اوه قد مبين علي العمر، اوه شوف الأزمة ايش تركتب على وجهي. لا، دائما قولي أنا قوية، أنا الأزمة ما أثرت بي، أنا ايش قد أكبر بالعمر أصبح أجمل. صدقيني راح تنعكس على داخلك وراح تشوفين وجهك شلون ينور ويشرق. طبعا من مقومات طاقة المكان أيضا الملابس النظيفة. اختار دائما ملابس نظيفة، مو الملابس الغالية الثمن. مثل ما قلنا من حق الفقير والغني أن يعيش عيشة إيجابية. دائما ملابسي نظيفة. خلينا نقول إذا قدرت أبسط أنواع الكوي أخليها مكوية. الملابس النظيفة والمكوية راح تعطيني قيمة اجتماعية وثقة من الداخل إنه أني إنسانة مهمة في المكان اللي أني بيه. إيش رأيك دكتور؟
نعم، كل هذه الأمور تتكامل مع بعض، وإحنا نريد نوصل فكرة أو خلاصة نجمع بها هذه الأمور، بحيث أنه المستمعات الكريمات يحددون ملامح البدايات الجديدة، كيف تكون البدايات الجديدة. وأحب أن أذكرهم، سآتي إلى ما تفضلت به ونضيف، ولكن تذكروا كل ما تأتي بداية جديدة أو تحدي جديد أو محنة أو أزمة فهي تحمل بين طياتها فرصة.
نعم.
الفرصة من أجل أن أبدأ بداية، وبداية قوية جدا. إذا واجهتني أي مشكلة لازم أسأل نفسي هذه المشكلة أو هذا التحدي كيف ممكن أن أحوله إلى فرصة جديدة لأبدأ أو أنطلق من جديد.
إذا مثل ما قلنا رحلة التغيير هي رحلة مستمرة معنا في حياتنا. كيف نحولها من خطورة إلى مغامرة؟ كيف نعيش هاي التجربة بحب بدل أن نعيشها بحزن؟ كيف نتسلق الأحداث ونصعد لنصل إلى أهدافنا؟
كذلك من الأمور اللي نحب أن نذكر بها أنه كل الأمور المؤلمة يجب أن نتعامل معها بطريقة إيجابية. نعيش الحزن ثم بعد ذلك ننظر إلى الموضوع نظرة إيجابية. ثانيا، كل المتعلقات المتعلقة بالحزن ينبغي أن نتخلص منها لأننا نريد أن نبدأ من جديد.
نعم.
الفكرة الأساسية أن نعيش الحاضر. الماضي لا يمكن تغييره، والمستقبل يعتمد على هذه اللحظة الحالية. إذا فكرت في هذه اللحظة الحالية كنت بوزيتيف وكنت إيجابي، أنا أضمن بأنه الآتي سيكون أفضل وسيكون إيجابي.
ويمكن أن أنظر إلى نفسي نظرة أخرى. أنا من المحظوظين أو أنا من المحظوظات اللي قدرت أعبر من جانب إلى جانب وقدرت أنتقل إلى مجتمع جديد وحياة جديدة. قلنا حتى نندمج بالحياة الجديدة والمجتمع الجديد يجب أن نحل أول شفرة
اللي هي عامل اللغة. واللغة يمكن تحسينها بشكل مستمر من خلال مفردات بسيطة يومية نضيفها إلى قاموسنا الحياتي، وكذلك في نفس الوقت نمد جذور الصداقة. كل شخص جديد، كل إنسان من جنسية مختلفة ألتقيه راح يضيف إلى حياتي، يعلمني شيء جديد. من خلال اندماجي في المجتمع، من خلال معرفتي لهؤلاء الأشخاص من كل الجنسيات المختلفة، أستطيع أن أبدي وأمضي نحو الأمام بثقة أكبر.
وللاندماج مع المجتمع الجديد والثقافات الجديدة لازم أني أتقبل فكرة الاختلاف. المختلف عني مو هو الخطأ وأنا الصح. المختلف عني له ثقافة تخصه وأنا لي ثقافة تخصني. يجب أن تندمج هذه الثقافات مع بعض حتى نقدر نتعامل مع بعض ونتعايش مع بعض، وليس هناك صح أو خطأ في الموضوع.
لكن هناك تقبل للآخر وتقبل للاختلاف. كوني أنا مختلف وأفهم أنه المقابل
لا يعني
مختلف
أنه أنا الأفضل.
لا يعني أنا الأفضل ولا يعني أنهم الأفضل.
نعم.
ولكن الفكرة أنه أحترم المقابل، أحترم ثقافة المقابل، والمقابل أيضا سيحترمني عندما يجد مني هذه النظرة أو هذا الاحترام. وبهذا نستطيع أن نمد جسور العلاقة بيني وبين المجتمع الجديد، لأنني لا أستطيع أن أعمل منفصلا عن المكان اللي أنا موجود فيه. لازم أكون جزء من هذا المكان كي أستطيع أن أنتج وأمضي نحو الأمام.
طبعا مثل ما قلنا الإنسان مثل الشجرة والغرسة، انتقلت لمكان جديد، بديت تحاول أنه تندمج مع الثقافات الجديدة، بديت تحل أزمة اللغة بالحصول على مفردات جديدة حتى تكون جزء من هذا المجتمع ومبدع به، وتبدي تسوي لك مكانة حقيقية داخل هذا المجتمع. لازم يكون عندك الاستقلال المادي.
مهما كنت أنت ومهما كانت ظروفك، سواء أنه كنت متعلم أو غير متعلم، صاحب حرفة أو لا تملك هذه الحرفة، فالفرص موجودة. تستطيع أن تطور نفسك في أي مكان كنت فيه. كورس بسيط ممكن أن تأخذه في الخياطة، في الزراعة، في أي شيء، أي مهنة بسيطة ممكن أن تتعلمها خلال أشهر بسيطة. تستطيع بعدها أن تكون جزء من المجتمع. إحساسك كبير جدا بالراحة عندما تشعر بأن أنت مستقل ماديا، تستطيع أن تفيد نفسك وتفيد أحبائك اللي موجودين معك.
بالضبط دكتور، استقلالنا المادي راح يخلينا نحصل على الاستقلال قلنا العاطفي، وما بعد الاستقلال العاطفي الاستقلال الثقافي، فتكون حاستي الإنسانية وحاجاتي الإنسانية كلها متكاملة عندي. هذا راح يخليني فرد ناجح في المجتمع، أنا أحس بقيمتي وأحس بمكانتي، ولهذا راح أتصرف بثقة عالية وأكون جزء فعلا فعال من هذا المجتمع اللي منحني المكان ومنحني الأمان. فردد جميل لهذا المكان الجديد أنه أكون أني جزء ناجح وفعال في هذا النسيج الجديد.
وكذلك الإنسان يستطيع أنه يعمل بعض الأمور البسيطة والتي هي في متناول الجميع ليغير من حياته. أول هذه الأمور هي الترتيب. كما قلنا الترتيب، عندما أرتب حاجياتي أتخلص من الأشياء الإضافية اللي أنا ما أحتاجها، أبقي فقط الأساسيات والضروريات، أنظف الفضاء اللي أنا فيه، سواء كنت أعيش في غرفة واحدة أو كنت أعيش في منطقة أوسع، بإمكاني أن أنظف وأرتب الأمور. فهناك شيئين أساسيين ألا هما التنظيف، المحافظة على النظافة، نظافة الإنسان من الداخل، ونظافة البيت الذي أنا فيه، ونظافة البيئة التي أعيشها، وكذلك في نفس الوقت أرتب كل الأشياء.
نعم، ونظافة أفكاري أيضا
بالتأكيد.
يعني إحنا دائما نقول أنا حتى أكون منظم لازم أنظم أولوياتي بالحياة، أيهما أولا وأيهما تاليا، وهكذا. عندما أكون منظم تكون حياتي من حولي كلها منظمة. يعني قلنا أولوياتنا المأكل، المسكن، الملبس، وأنا بالنسبة لي أأكد على المسكن حتى قبل المأكل والملبس، لأن من أكون مستقلة في مسكني ومكاني أقدر أبني وأمد الجذور في المكان، وأقدر أتواصل مع المحيط من حولي بكل ثقة وبكل حب.
كنا نتمنى أن نكون معكم وجها لوجه، نتحدث معكم ونسمع منكم أسئلتكم، ولكن من القلب نوجه لكم تحية، ونتمنى أنه تكون هذه المحاضرة هي فرصة لأن تبدأون من جديد.
يعني أنا وزوجي وابني جينا مثلكم بالضبط من أزمة، خرجنا وجينا إلى تحديات جديدة وصعوبات جديدة. ما أقولكم الأمر سهل ولا الأمر بسيط، ولكن الأمر ممتع، وتقدرون أن تسوون وتنجحون مثل ما قدرنا نسوي وننجح نحن أيضا. ذكريات جديدة، سوينا بيت جديد، سوينا علاقات جديدة، اكتسبنا مهارات. أبدا أني ما نادمة أنه تركت مكاني القديم، وسعيدة وأعتبر الرحلة مغامرة، ولا يزال القادم هو الأفضل بالنسبة لي ولزوجي وابني. ونتمنى تكون أنتم أيضا رحلتكم مغامرة جميلة ما تندمون على أنه خطوها، ويبدأ أي واحد منكم أو أي وحدة منكم تخطط لحياة جديدة وجميلة بإذن الله.
دعواتنا لكم بالتوفيق، وإن شاء الله نسمع عنكم كل الأخبار الطيبة.
أهلا وسهلا بكم، وشكرا لأنكم كنتم تستمعون لنا وكنتم مبتسمين وأنتم تسمعونا. إلى اللقاء.
إلى اللقاء.
Hi, my name is Carol Omer. I'm an artist and certified life coach, and I'm really excited to bring some of the information to you today about using art and creativity for relaxation. I'd like to acknowledge that I'm here on Kaurna country, and what I've learned from the Aboriginal community is that Australia has a long history of art, dance, story, song and creativity. And when we reactivate that in our own life, we can actually find new ways to solve some of our old problems, and also fun ways to relax and share some time together creatively. The project I'd like to talk to you about today is planting the seeds. And we begin on our creative adventure from the space of what's called the mandala. And the mandala is the shape that's created when two circles meet. So rather than building bridges across our cultural differences or our religious differences, or building bridges between opposites or differences, we actually start at the place where we're connected as human beings. And from that mandala, we acknowledge that we're all family members, community members, mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, granddaughters, and by really connecting in that space, in the shape between the two circles, we celebrate our sameness, and then from outside of that circle, that's where we explore our differences and tell our stories and learn from one another. So within the mandala, there really is no place where we're not connected. So when we enjoy our creativity in that shared space, in the planting the seeds little workshop, we begin with our with some pots, and so we paint little terracotta pots. We have our paints and our brushes, and we have black markers, so bring together all the things to create the pots for planting the seed of our vision. And we sit around in a circle around the table. The pots are usually painted beforehand so that we can begin like with a canvas. And then as we paint, we start to think about what are the things I want to be creating for my family or for myself in my life, and choose symbols that represent the things that are important to us. Sometimes it's drawing an image, it could be a flower or a butterfly or something that represents an idea that we have. Sometimes people write words on their pots. So as we paint, often conversation just flows around the table, and we tell some stories and get to know each other a little bit. If we're doing this process at home with family, it's a fun way to bring the family together. And then once we've painted the pots, and that can usually take maybe a couple of hours, after they've dried, we spray them with a gloss varnish, and then we fill them with the soil and plant a seed, and we water that seed. And as we water that seed, we think about what it is that we want to be growing in our life. When I did the workshop recently, I shared some information about relaxation as everybody was painting around the table. And so one of the tips that I'd like to share with you is that we all have, and that's in that mandala, we all need oxygen to breathe. We all process air in the same way. And sometimes if we're feeling maybe stressed or worried and our mind's going very busy, just taking a breath, taking a deep breath in, and then exhaling and seeing our worries, imagining that our worries are leaving, helps us to slow down and to relax our mind. When we're painting, that's also a bit like a meditation. Usually in meditation, people think about closing the eyes and thinking about different thoughts or relaxing, but this is an open-eyed meditation. So as you're painting and your hand moves in a relaxed way and you're thinking about what's in front of you, that's a form of meditation that relaxes the mind. So really, art and creativity, they're a lot of fun, but there are also ways to use your hands to help with some of maybe the stressful things that might be happening in our life. in our workshop where we painted the pots, we also had colouring pages, and the participants took those colouring pages home with them. And in the colouring pages there's beautiful pictures to colour, but there's also words that are written on those pages like relax or I think about my future. One of the statements on the colouring page was I change in my own time. So knowing that sometimes things do take time, particularly if we've been dealing with a lot of worries and difficulties, you might think, oh, I should be doing things differently, I should be somewhere different now, but these things do take time. So by using our hands and slowing down our mind, we can just enjoy a little bit of a slower pace and a creative pace. Another one of the messages on the colouring page was, I tap into my inner wisdom. Because sometimes when life is very busy and the busy things happening with the family and a lot's going on, we tend to maybe lose touch with that inner sense of calm and intuition, that feeling that ideas can come to us. So by slowing down our mind and connecting with creativity, often we reconnect with our inner wisdom. I hope that by giving you just this little bit of information about creativity and the fun it can be to sit around the table, you might like to think about maybe getting together with a couple of family members or community members, putting some nice food on the table, some colouring pages or painting those pots, and think about the vision that you have for your future, the things you'd like to be creative, and then get your hands involved. And here in Adelaide, which is Kaurna country, the Aboriginal word for hands is murras.
तपाईले कोभिड-19 को फैलावटबाट रोक्न सक्नुहुनेछ। साबुन र बगिरहेको पानीमा 20 सेकेन्डसम्म आफ्नो हातलाई बारम्बार धुनुहोस्। हात धुन नसक्ने अवस्थामा हुनुहुन्छ भने 60% भन्दा बढी अल्कोहल भएको ह्यान्ड सेनिटाइजर प्रयोग गर्नुहोस्। घर बाहिर जाँदा मास्क प्रयोग गर्नुहोस्। तपाई बाहिर निस्किदै हुनुहुन्छ भने 1.5 मिटर टाढा रहने कोसिस गर्नुहोस्। मानिसले नियमित ठाउँमा छुने ठाउँलाई कीटाणुजनक अथवा डिसइन्फेक्टेन्टले सफा गर्न नभुल्नुहोस्। यदि तपाईलाई चिसो, रुगा खोकी, घाँटी दुख्ने आदि प्रकारका लक्षणहरू देखिएमा तुरुन्त तपाईले स्वास्थ्य जाँच गर्नु अति आवश्यकता छ। कोभिड-19 को एप आफ्नो मोबाइलमा डाउनलोड गर्नुहोस्। यदि तपाईलाई कुनै जानकारी चाहिए एसए कोभिड इन्फर्मेसन लाइन अथवा एसए कोभिड नम्बर 1800253787 मा सम्पर्क गर्न सक्नुहुनेछ। यदि तपाईलाई आफ्नो भाषा बोल्न मद्दत चाहिएमा आरा को नम्बर 83542951 मा सम्पर्क गर्नुहोस्।
ल मैले सुरु गरेँ त। ल यो मैले जुन जानेको योगा चाहिँ हट योगा, जस्तै अलिकति वार्मअप जिउलाई चाहिँ तताउने योगा र शारीरिक मानसिकलाई चाहिँ एउटा तनावबाट चाहिँ हामी मुक्त हुने योगा। ल अब म सुरु गर्दैछु। अहिले मैले उठेर गर्ने चाहिँ म खुट्टा जोडेर यो सबै हाम्रो जोडिएको छ, यो जोडिएको भागलाई हामी स्तम्भ आसन भनिन्छ। ल बिस्तारै म अब सुरु गर्दैछु। हामीले यसलाई यसरी लिन सकिन्छ। श्वासलाई चाहिँ नर्मल रूपले हामी बिस्तारो रोक्छौं। सिधा भइसकेपछि हामी श्वास छोडिदिन्छौँ। ल अब हामी यसलाई चाहिँ हामीले मोडिएर गर्ने। हाम्रो ए दु ब म प को ए दु ब म यो चाहिँ मोडिने म। अनि यो अब यही सिधाबाट पछि जान्छौँ, सिधा पछि जान्छौँ। कति बस्नु सकिन्छ त्यति बसिन्छ। अब अलिकति खुट्टा फार्छौँ, हामी एकदम नै शिथिल रिल्याक्समा आउँछौँ, आँखा बन्द गर्छौँ, पुरै जिउलाई छोडिदिन्छौँ। जिउको भागमा काहीँ तन्केको कुनै पनि खिच्चा तानी भएको हामी महसुस गर्दैनौँ। एकदम नै खुल्ला छोडिदिन्छौँ शरीरलाई। अनि कल्पनामा हामी डुब्छौँ कि यो पोजबाट, यो चाहिँ आसनबाट हामी हाम्रो शारीरिक मानसिक कुराको तनावबाट चाहिँ हामी मुक्त हुन्छौँ। ल अब एउटा यस पछाडि म फेरि अर्को जाँदैछु। यसलाई वृक्ष आसन भनिन्छ। ल फेरि अर्को खुट्टा यहाँ राख्छौँ, बिस्तारै हात फैलाएर माथि राख्छौँ, पेटभित्र धस्काउँछौँ, छाती पुरै बाहिर खुला निकाल्छौँ। यो आसनबाट हामी फेरि हाम्रो शारीरिक मानसिक तनावबाट हामी मुक्त हुन्छौँ र हामी शिथिल छोडिदिन्छौँ शरीरलाई, पुरै शिथिल। शरीरमा पुरा हाम्रो नसाहरूमा चलेको खुनहरूलाई हामीले, ब्लडहरूलाई, रगतहरूलाई हामी निहाल्छौँ। ल बिस्तारै अब हामी बस्छौँ, बसेर गर्छौँ। खुट्टालाई हामी ठ्याक्कै यो आसनमा राख्छौँ। हामी यसरी यो हात यहाँ राख्छौँ र सिधा बनाउँछौँ, पुरै जिउलाई मोडिदिन्छौँ। पुरै जिउलाई मोड्दै लानुपर्छ, श्वास तान्दै फाल्दै। पछाडि जाँदा श्वास तान्दै, अगाडि आउँदा श्वास फाल्दै। यता आउँदाखेरि यो हात तन्किनुपर्छ, यता आउँदा यो हात तन्किनुपर्छ। ढाड सिधा, गर्दन सिधा राख्नुपर्छ। अब हामी अर्कोपट्टि यो बिहान हामीले खाली पेटमा 3 मिनटदेखि लिएर 5 मिनटसम्म गर्न सकिन्छ। र यो आसनबाट हामीले कम्बर दुख्ने, कम्बरको दर्द भएको हामी रोगीहरू छौँ भने यस आसनबाट हामीलाई यो योगबाट चाहिँ हामी मुक्त बन्छौँ। अब यो एउटा भयो बसेर गर्ने। जम्मा हाम्रो 6 हुन्छ। उभिएर 6, बसेर 6, सुतेर 6। अब यो हात यसरी बनाइन्छ, ल्याइन्छ यहाँ। यसलाई हाम्रो भाषामा, नेपाली भाषामा पुतली आसन भनिन्छ र बटरफ्लाई आसन पोज। र यसलाई हामीले जति सक्दो भित्र लान सक्छौँ त्यति राम्रो हुन्छ। जति हाम्रो यो तल झर्न सक्छ त्यति राम्रो हुन्छ। र यहाँबाट हामीले घुँडा, यो कम्बरको जोड्ती, घुँडाको जोड्ती, यो जोड्ती, अहिले यो जोड्तीको हामीले यसको फाइदा लिँदैछौँ। र यसरी नै बस्नु हामीले लगभग 3 मिनट 2 मिनट सक्यौँ भने समय निक्ल्यो भने धेरै राम्रो। र यो हल्लाउनै पर्छ भन्ने पनि छैन, तर हल्लाएको राम्रो। किनभने यहाँको यो जोड्तीको जुन मासु, नसा, हड्डी एकदम खकुलो हुने त्यो फाइदा हामीलाई। अब यसलाई हामीले यसरी लिन सक्छौँ। ल अब हामी अर्को कुरा बसेर गर्ने। हामी बसेर सबै कुरा गर्न सक्छौँ, तर हामीले सबैभन्दा राम्रो चाहिँ गोमुख आसन भनिन्छ। त्यो गोमुख आसन चाहिँ कसरी गरिन्छ भन्दाखेरि पछाडि भरिसके यो जोडेको राम्रो, पछाडि यो जोडिएको राम्रो, भेटेको राम्रो। जति सक्दो प्रयास गर्नुपर्छ। यो कुइना टाउको सिधा हुन सक्नुपर्छ। फेरि यसलाई बिस्तारै झार्यो, ऐकै जस्तो फेरि त्यसरी नै हामी गर्न सक्छौँ। र जति हाम्रो यो दुईटा हात जोडिने कोसिस हुन्छ त्यति हाम्रो शरीरमा फाइदा हुँदै जान्छ। र जति जोडिनु सक्दैन त्यति हामी एकदमै पीडा छौँ, हामीलाई पीडा भइरहेको छ, हाम्रो शरीर दुखिरहेको छ, हाम्रो शरीर ठिक छैन भन्ने कुरा त्यहाँबाट पनि हामी बुझ्छौँ। र जति खकुलो सजिलो हुँदै जान्छ त्यति नै हामीलाई फाइदा हुँदै जान्छ। यसलाई गोमुख आसन भनिन्छ। अब सुतेर गर्ने। हामी सुतेर गर्दाखेरि उतानो पनि हुन सक्छौँ र घोप्टो पनि हुन सक्छौँ। उतानो हुँदाखेरि हामीले के फाइदा लिनुपर्छ भने यो हात यो चाकमुनि राख्नुपर्छ अनि यो यति उठाउन सक्नुपर्छ, टाउको र खुट्टा। अब हामीले यो खुट्टालाई यहाँ राखेर मुन्टोलाई यता, घुँडा हाम्रो यता लडाइदिनुपर्छ। अब यसलाई सार्ने, फेरि यस्तो गरिदिने। बिस्तारै ल्याउने, खुट्टा अलिकति फार्ने, पुरा जिउलाई छोडिदिने आँखा बन्द गर्ने जिउलाई काहीँ खिचा तानी नराख्ने पुरै जिउलाई हल्का छोडिदिने शिथिल छोडिदिने ल अब सजिलोसँगले सुत्ने शरीरलाई सिधा बनाउने यसरी अनि खुट्टालाई भरिसके ल्याउने यसरी ल्याएर नखुम्च्याउने सिधा बिस्तारै राख्ने अर्कोपट्टि पल्टिने फेरि सिधा ल्याउने बिस्तारै राख्ने यो कति मिनटसम्म राख्ने भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ आफैले निर्धारण गर्ने 1 मिनट 1 सेकेन्ड 2 सेकेन्ड 10 सेकेन्ड कति राख्ने आफैमा भर पर्ने र अब यो सुतेर गर्ने उतानो भएर गर्ने घोप्टो भएर अब यो यसले तल छुनु पाइँदैन अनि यो खुट्टा तल राख्नु पाइएन टाउको अघि मैले सुतेर जसरी गरेको थिएँ त्यसरी नै यति भयो अब टेक्ने अब बिस्तारै घुँडाले टेक्ने बिस्तारै पछि जाने यसलाई भनिन्छ सशङ्क आसन बिस्तारै कति बस्नु सकिन्छ भुजङ्ग आसन फेरि बिस्तारै पछाडि जाने फेरि पछाडि हेर्ने कुर्कुजालाई फेरि पछाडि जाने अब खाना खाए पछाडि हामी लन्च वा डिनर जे पनि गर्छौँ खाना खाए पछाडि हामी 2 सेकेन्ड 3 सेकेन्ड 2 मिनट 1 मिनट जति भए पनि यसरी बस्नु राम्रो हो यसलाई भनिन्छ वज्र आसन र हामी यसरी बस्छौँ ढाड खुम्च्याएर यसरी हैन सिधा यसरी बस्छौँ हामी
Thank you so much for your participation and contributions to today's webinar, Live Your Best Life. Really can't thank all our contributing partners enough. Hope you've all got lots of good stuff out of it. I certainly did. We look forward to more health conversations with you in the future, but thank you so much and we'll talk to you again.